Well, thank you very much, John, for joining me. It's a real pleasure, and I've been a fan of your films in particular for
Oh,
quite.
that's good. Yeah. I'm one of the few survivors, I think, quite honestly. When I look around all the wonderful people I work with, there aren't too many of us left, quite honestly. But
we forget how long ago these films were, really.
Oh yeah, I think about 30 odd years since License to Kill, I think. Yeah.
What wanted you to get into the business first of all?
Yeah, well, I started off at Shepperton Studios in 1945, which kind of gives my age away, but I was a 14-year-old and I got a job as a messenger boy.
Yeah.
I then became an office boy, so I was already on the promotion ladder. And during my course of going around the studio, I spent a brief time in the master carpenter's office, which gave me an opportunity to do a bit of carpentry, which I was always very interested in. And one of the other places I always found interesting because I loved the smell of what is it?
Acetate.
Oh yeah, of amyl acetate we used to use to join the film together, and it smells of pear drops, and that always attracted me. And I got to know a few of the boys in the cutting rooms, some of the junior assistants and what have you. And eventually I was offered a job in the cutting rooms as a numbering boy. We used to number the sound and the picture, which was shot separately, and I would number them so that they could easily identify each scene and synchronize the picture with the sound. And I did this for a little while, for a couple of years. And I worked on a film called The Third Man with Carol Reed was the director. And that was very interesting. He was a very nice man, Carol Reed. And, you know, we worked endless hours because we had a fire in the cutting rooms and we had nitrate film in those days. And of course, they lost about half of the film's cutting copy in this fire. Wow. And it all had to be reprinted at the labs. And of course, that meant an awful lot of numbering for me to do. Yes. And so they used to send a Rolls Royce to pick me up from my home, and all the neighbours would look out from behind their curtains and wonder what had happened to this boy. They're having a Rolls Royce come and take him to work every day. So I earned quite a bit of money, or relatively at that time, working overtime and what have you. I'm sure I broke every regulation in the book. But yeah, it was a very enjoyable time, and the film was a great success. And I was assigned to work with Anton Karas, the zither player. But because Anton Karas was a street musician, he wasn't in the musicians union, he couldn't work in the studio. So I had to go up to Carol Reed's house in Kings Road, Chelsea, and actually work with him there, and with a moviola. So I run the film on the moviola for Anton Karas, and he would fit his zither music to the soundtrack. It's quite interesting because many years later, I was walking past Carol Reed's house there, and I said to my wife, I told her the story, and I said, when I switched the moviola on, it blew all the fuses in the house. So the butler came along, and together we scrummaged around and found the fuse box. And I put a fuse in, and it blew again. So I said, have you got a nail? I put a nail in the fuse box, and I used to wonder when I walked past the house whether the nail was still in the fuse box. I doubt if it was. But that was my early beginnings, and progressed through the assistant editing stages until I went to the Air Force. I was a national serviceman for 2 years, and when I came out, I got a job as a second assistant at Nettlefold Studios, Walton-on-Thames, which is a car park now, and I worked there for a while, and eventually I actually directed some commercials. Eventually, there I was editing, and I progressed and started to learn my business, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
And things all changed, I think, when I got a call from Peter Hunt, who was directing his first film on Her Majesty's Secret Service. And he called me. I was working on The Italian Job, which was being directed by Peter Collinson at Twickenham Studios. And I got this call in the theatre, and Peter Collinson said, "Oh, that's the James Bond films." He said, "I know Harry Saltzman. I'll put a good word in for you." I said, "Please don't, Peter. Please don't say anything." Peter Hunt came on the phone and he said to me, he said, "Can you come over to Pinewood?" He said, "I've got a job for you." I thought at first he was talking about an editing job. And I went over to Pinewood, and he was directing Diana Rigg and George Lazenby. And he came over and he opened up the script, and he pointed to the bobsleigh sequence. And he said, "Read that and tell me what you think." And he came back after he finished his shot with Diana Rigg, and he said, "Well, what do you think?" And I said, "Well, it's a very exciting scene." He said, "Well, I'd like you to direct it." So before I knew where I was on a plane flying to Switzerland, to a completely different life on a James Bond set, you can imagine. So that was really my start with the James Bond films. That was in 1969, which is an awful long time ago. Anyway, I successfully completed that particular sequence, and then I inherited most of the other skiing sequences in the film, and finished up editing the film as well. So it was wonderful, and I did lots of other films, and then about 5 or 6 years later, I was working in Paris for Lewis Gilbert. And he said to me one day, "So Cubby Broccoli is coming over from London. He's going to have lunch with me, and I think he's going to offer me the Bond film to direct." So I said, "Oh, that's wonderful." So after lunch, he came back. He said, "Well, Cubby Broccoli remembered you from Her Majesty's Secret Service, and he wants you to direct some of the action scenes." So that was I became reunited with the Bond family at that point. And really, that for the next 20 years, that's where I stayed, and eventually, of course, became director. So it was a sort of a story that you couldn't write, really, the way I progressed through, and enjoyed every moment of it.
Well, wonderful. The sequences on The Spy Who Loved Me, I think you were involved in the ski jump at the beginning. I think that was one of yours.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the ski parachute jump in The Spy Who Loved Me was the job that Lewis Gilbert and Cubby Broccoli asked me to go out to the Arctic Circle and do this pre-title shot of the ski parachute jump, which was a Union Jack parachute. And it was supposed to be the hammer and sickle was supposed to be the last shot in the film, and the Union Jack was supposed to be the first shot in the film. In the event, they wrote the hammer and sickle out, and but the opening sequence, it was really important to shoot the last shot of that sequence first, because if we didn't get that, then we would have had a thought of another opening sequence, and it was a bit touch and go. Mount Asgard is a 7,600-foot slab of rock on the Arctic Circle, and it was particularly difficult to shoot, to get the right weather conditions. Anyway, and I had this what we call a young ski bum called Rick Sylvester. He was nothing like James Bond. He was about 5'6" and wore glasses, and a very studious type, and you wouldn't have thought he was a daredevil. But he turned out to have nerves of steel, and he did this fantastic jump. that in itself really was my passport to directing on the Bond films, really, because it was Cubby's favorite action sequence in the whole series. And I didn't realize it at the time, but he'd already earmarked me as a future director of the series. And that wasn't going to happen until For Your Eyes Only, of course.
Yes.
But
so how did the offer come to direct For Your Eyes Only? Was because Lewis Gilbert had done the previous two. Again, because that relationship with Lewis, I suppose everyone was kind of saying John's a logical guy to do it.
I don't think it was quite like that. It was such a huge leap, really. And, you know, there's nothing like starting your directing career at the top. There's only one way to go after you get your first film as a James Bond director, let's face it. But what happened was we had a series of meetings. There'd been a 5-year lapse between the last film, the last James Bond film, and the For Your Eyes Only. And now Harry Saltzman had left the series, and now Cubby was the sole producer. And he invited me and several other technicians that would work with the Eon Productions for lunch at Pinewood. And we had a very nice lunch, and Derek Millins was there, who was our special effects man, lovely guy, and Peter Lamont, the art director, who fortunately was going to be promoted to be production designer on this film. And nothing much was said on that meeting. It was just a social occasion. And then I got a call to have another lunch with Cubby about a week later. And this time I was the only one there with Cubby's wife, Dana, and Michael Wilson, I think, who's now the producer of the Bond films.
Yeah.
And he then said to me, can you come back to the office? And when I came back to the office, they were all sitting behind their desks, and he turned around to me and said, how would you like to direct the next James Bond film? Yeah. And my breath was taken away, as you can quite imagine. It was a bolt out the blue, if you like.
Yes.
And he said, well, if you need time to think about it. I said, I don't need any time to think about it. And of course, it was a wonderful opportunity.
And how was it like working with Roger Moore, say, compared to Timothy Dalton? Was Timothy more serious actor in his approach?
Well, strangely enough, my first instruction from Cubby Broccoli was to find a new James Bond, because Roger had done a series of films and they were thinking he was getting quite expensive, and they were thinking about replacing him.
Yeah.
And so I traveled the world testing various hopefuls, you know, for the James Bond role, some very good actors and some very unknown actors. And eventually, fortunately, it was a bit of a poker game between Cubby Broccoli and Roger Moore. And fortunately for me, Roger Moore won, because he was a wonderful person to work with. And I'd done a few films with him recently, notably Shout at the Devil and Gold in Africa. And in fact, when I met Roger again, he said, are you in my contract or am I in yours? But he had a wonderful sense of humor, Roger, and was a great professional. So I was very fortunate to have him. He knew everything that the character required, and he was very nice, very good to me, I must say.
I mean, out of the Roger Moore films, do you have a favourite of the three?
Of the three that I did with Roger, I think the first one, For Your Eyes Only, was it very interesting, because I was the new boy and I was kind of determined to make my mark on the film. So I was very keen on action. I'd made a bit of a name as an action director, and I was very keen to make a great success of it. And I had a bad start in a way, because I was using those dune buggies on the beach, and they kept the smell of the seawater, and they packed up each time. So I had to be very ingenious and had to pan the camera to make it appear that the vehicles were moving. And the whole of the United Artists hierarchy was sitting on the beach under their sun umbrellas. And I was the new boy, and you can imagine going 3 days behind schedule on the first scene. They were all beginning to sharpen their pencils, you know. But I said to Alan Hume, my cameraman, I said, well, we've got through the first week and we haven't got the sack yet. So we had a good humor. And of course, with Roger on the film, it was the humor was the great thing. I mean, I don't think anyone can ever believe that Roger could kill anyone. So, you know, when we wrote the script, we were very keen to get a lot of humor in the film.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Okay. Right. So, you know, I went on, and I think probably Octopussy, my second film, I was a little more confident. I was very confident, I would say, on Octopussy. And I love animals, and we had this circus scene, and I really took it to the full hilt. You know, I had Roger dressed up as a clown. I had him in a gorilla suit and all sorts. And Roger couldn't believe it. He said, "You're not serious about this, are you?" It was quite a departure for James Bond to be dressed up as a gorilla. Yeah. But he did it very well. He was a great actor, I thought. Yeah.
Because A View to a Kill was quite dark in places and sort of almost a precursor to Dalton. Was that something that you were conscious of at the time?
Well, I think we were sort of, you know, when you make a Bond film, you try and be current, you know, with the moods of the public at that particular time. And there've been a whole series of very successful American films, which tended to be dark, you know, like what was that film that Darby was in?
Die Hard.
Die Hard, yeah. The Die Hard sort of films were being very successful in America. And so we were tending to try and harden up the Bond a bit. I think maybe I've gone a little bit too far with the humor, I don't know. But so, you know, View to a Kill, we had Christopher Walken, who was a terrific Oscar-winning actor, you know, and he was absolutely wonderful. So it was quite a dark subject, really, you know, because you know, the mine gets flooded, and he kills the machine guns with his assistant, you know, all the workers, so no one can bear witness to what's happened. It was a very interesting script, and Michael Wilson wrote the script, and he researched it diligently, and all the stuff we did in that film was authentic. You know, we went to the Lawrence Livermore lab in California. We researched all that area with, you know, where they make the lasers that split the atom and stuff like that. So, you know, there was a lot of work went into it, and I thought we got a very good film out of it. And then, of course, we used the airship. Now, down the road from Pinewood, of course, there's a huge hangar which was built for the R-101, the airship of yesteryear. And we went down there and had a look at this huge hangar. And they got Airship Industries had just resurrected the airships. And we thought it would be use an airship in the film. And it was a great idea. And of course, it gave us a great opportunity to have lots of spectacular stuff. The only problem was that the finale of the film was set on the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And there's no way you can stop the traffic on the bridge and what have you. But we found out that Fujifilm had got a contract where they painted Fujifilm all over the airship. And they told us that they were doing some commercials for them in San Francisco on a certain day. So we made it our business to go out there with a camera crew, and we actually filmed the Fuji airship, but it was backlit, so you couldn't really see the logo on it. And we were able to use actual footage of the airship approaching the bridge with all the traffic underneath and everything else. And we even staged a little fight on the top of the bridge. And later on, then we did replicas in the studio. We shot on the Pinewood backlot. We had three bridges, three Golden Gate bridges in the end. That's the way you make those films, you know. It's great fun. It's a great challenge. And it's a very exciting scene. In fact, a neighbor of mine the other day saw the film on television. He was an airline pilot. And he said to me, when I saw that scene, he said, I was shaking in my seat because it's so effective. If you stood on top of on the Golden Gate Bridge, right at the top of the towers, and you look down, you see 2 rows of traffic going by underneath. And then, of course, a boat goes by beneath that, and you get this terrific feeling of height. A very exciting scene. And we, of course, had a fight on the top of the bridge. So it's great fun doing those films, I must say.
Oh, yeah, it's a wonderful sequence, as you say. Before we get off A View to a Kill, I just want to ask what it was like working with Grace Jones.
Well, she's a great character. Yeah, I got on well with Grace. I loved her. She was always came up with something new. She was pretty unpredictable, and she was a showgirl. You know, she liked to be. The only time I think that where we completely surprised her, was when we were doing the mine sequence, and I'd asked the special effects guy, John Richardson, to have these trailing cables hitting the water and sparking, like as though they were electrical cables sparking out on the water. But I didn't tell Grace Jones about it. And when, of course, she and Roger are escaping from the mine, suddenly as she's going through the water, all these sparks are coming up from these cables that are trailing everywhere. And she was genuinely, when you see the film, she was genuinely scared. She thought she was going to be electrocuted. But she was a great asset in the film and did a great job for me. She's still going. She's still going around. You know, she's still doing the Henley Festival and all that stuff. It's good. She was good fun to work with. And at the end of the film, when we were finished the last shot, I remember I was saying goodbye to her, and she gave me a very nice book of pictures of her. And she said, what am I going to do now? Because, you know, she was with us for about 6 months on that film, you know, and you develop a kind of a relationship, you know, when you work with someone for that length of time, they become like part of the family.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she was good.
I have to mention Tanya Roberts, which of course he was sadly lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, was she good to work with?
She was lovely, actually. She was funny girl in a lot of ways. You know, she was quite naive in some ways. I can remember when we did the mine sequence, Roger came up to me and he couldn't contain himself laughing. He said, John, you're going to have to go and talk to Tanya. She's refusing to put the mine helmet on. You know, all the people in the mine have to wear a helmet, a hard hat.
Yeah.
Oh, she said, I can't wear a hard hat for 10 pages. I thought it was hugely funny. So I went into the makeup trailer and she was in tears, and I was saying, you look beautiful in a hard hat. And I managed to talk around, and she was good as gold, really. But yeah, she was a beautiful girl, and she had the most incredible blue eyes. And someone has said to me that maybe she was wearing contact lenses. They were so blue. And we were working on this elevated set, and she came up the ladder one day and she looked me in the eye, and I looked at her eyes and they were so beautiful. And I said, are they real? And she clutched her breast and said, of course they are.
So when it came to Timothy Dalton, did you have much involvement in his casting, or was it
Yeah, very much so. Timothy Dalton had been into the office many years before, after he'd done the film called Lion in Winter, where it was his introduction into films, and he was quite amazing in the film. And Cubby had approached him years before, and he not interested at that time. Now his career, he'd matured a lot, and now he was more interested. And he came to see us at Michael Wilson's house in Hampstead, and he'd aged a bit and had matured, and was very keen on the Ian Fleming stories, and was very keen to take them back to a more serious, more of a serious spy thriller, you know.
Yeah.
And we listened to his ideas and that, and we signed him, and he did. We made the films a little bit harder edged, probably not as much humor, but we tried to keep the humor in there as much as we could. But not with Roger, you know, he was such a funny man, Roger, that you had to use the humor in a more slapstick way, probably. But with Timothy, it was a harder edged type of humor. No, he was very good, Timothy, very good professional actor.
Do you have a favorite scene or favorite moment or memory from The Living Daylights?
I think the scene probably that where we did the chase in the snow, where she's got this priceless was it called a Stradivarius. She's got this scene in the snow where she's got this Stradivarius, very valuable cello, and James Bond improvises and uses it as a kind of a paddle to steer while he's in the case of the cello. They're sitting on one. He's sitting on one side, and the leading lady is sitting in the other side of the case. And it's quite a funny scene, actually, where, you know, suddenly there's a bullet hole appears in the Stradivarius, which could have been a major disaster if it had been a real one. Yeah. Cubby, when I suggested this idea of using the cello case as an escape vehicle for Bond, we were at MGM Studios writing the script, and I went into Cubby and I pitched this idea of using this cello case. And Cubby made a rather rude noise and said, "Oh, it's a terrible idea." And I persevered, and he picked up the phone and he got hold of the music stage at MGM Studios in Hollywood. And sure enough, they had an orchestra there, and they also had some cellos there. So we all walked over to the music stage, and Cubby sat in one side of the cello case and I sat in the other, and I sold him the idea to use it.
So fast forward to License to Kill, you were saying that it was influenced by Die Hard, Lethal Weapon, I imagine was probably another one. So was it always attempt to make it much darker, because it was quite a risk to take?
Yeah. It's interesting that we used that gas pipeline. Well, the gas came from Russia. It's rather topical at the moment, but they've been pumping gas from Russia for a long time, and they had these pipelines running all around Germany. And we came up with this idea of, I think Michael Wilson came up with this idea of the escape being through the gas pipeline, where he's with the villains escapes to the west via the pipeline. It's quite a novel idea. We always used to try and be first with an idea. You know, we tried not to copy anyone. If we copied anyone, it would probably be the Keystone Cops. But we were often copied, but we tried to be original without action scenes. Not easy, really, because everything's been done, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, very much so.
You just put another slant on it, you know.
So how closely would you have worked with Richard Maybaum and Michael Wilson on the License to Kill script, in terms of because it obviously it's a very different sort of tone to.
Yeah, well, there was, Richard Maybaum started off on License to Kill, but there was a union problem. The Writers Guild went on strike in America, and Dick Maybaum was one of the early members of the Writers Guild, and he felt obliged to leave the production while the strike was on. So Michael was more or less left on his own to write the script. But I mean, Dick contributed some ideas, certainly in the early stages, but he wasn't able to complete the script. So Michael more or less was on his own, you know. But you know, the action scenes, you know, that was my speciality, I suppose, and the truck sequence on License to Kill is quite an amazing sequence, and I can honestly say I was responsible for that. I mean, the Remy Julian was our stunt coordinator on the driving. He and his French team were fantastic, and I met them first on the Italian Job many years before. And I always use Remy and his team on all my films. And you know, he these tankers, I mean, to do wheelies with a 10-wheeled vehicle is difficult, and but it gives you the opportunity to have some great humor. And we found a wonderful location at Rumoroso in Mexico. And it was a piece of road that had been so dangerous that they'd bypassed it. But the old road was still there with a precipice on either side of the road. And, you know, we had a few near things. We lost, you know, we started off with 10 tankers, I think, and we finished up with one. Most of them finished up down the side of the mountain.
So would you say that's your favorite sequence from the film?
I think so. It's probably the most important scene, apart from the ski parachute jump on Inspire Love Me. I think that was probably my most important scene.
And I want to know, because Michael Kamen did the score for the film, was that very much a deliberate connection to Lethal Weapon, Die Hard, bringing him on?
Yes. Yeah, I think he did the music on Die Hard. I think Barbara found him and liked his score, and he was a very nice man. He lived in London. And I remember going to talk to him about the score, about the music, and it was the strangest meeting. His kids had just come out of school, and he was more interested in looking at their homework, I think he was, than talking about the music. But he did a very good job, actually, and very much like John Barry, and he used a lot of John Barry's ideas. You know, John Barry was quite unique, really, with the way he would open up the screen with his orchestrations. He used to be an orchestrator before he became a composer. And he had that facility to make the screen look bigger than what it was, you know. So he was wonderful, John. And I think Michael Kamen embraced that same idea.
Oh yeah, definitely. I was thinking some of the actors involved. Anthony Zerbe, for example, is as great as Milton Crest. Do you remember working with Anthony Zerbe?
Yeah, Anthony Zerbe was good. I remember when we put him in the decompression chamber. Robert Darby, who was the lead villain, throws him into this decompression chamber. And on the rehearsal, Anthony Zerbe turned to me and he said, where's my stunt man? And of course I hadn't arranged, I didn't realize that Robert was going to be quite as physical as he was, but Anthony Zerbe was no old Hollywood actor. He wasn't going to be thrown around by Robert Darby. So we had to find a stuntman and dress him up as Anthony Zerbe, and that's what we did in the end. We improvised and put a wig on him and threw the double very roughly into the pressure chamber. The censor didn't like that scene at all, because we used a rubber face mask and we inflated it when the decompression chamber is activated. And it was quite horrific, actually, I must admit. But the censor objected to it, and we had to keep chipping frames out of it. The censor was pretty hard on that film, actually, with the burning at the end on the tanker, particularly. It was Paul Weston, the stuntman, did a fantastic job. You know, you had breathing apparatus inside his suit, and we set him alight, and you know, you can only light someone up for a few seconds, otherwise they stop breathing, you know. So but Paul was very good, and it was a great scene, and the censor kept saying, no, you've got to take more frames out. And when I see it now, I wonder whether I don't think they put any frames back, but quite often now you see scenes that were censored quite heavily. Thinking of the time when the film was made, the censor was a bit harder. But now, of course, once it goes onto television, it seems anything goes. So I think sometimes some of this stuff goes back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Another great actor in the film, David Hedison, reprising
Yeah.
Whose idea was it to bring him back and
yeah, because he'd been in the films earlier on. I think he'd done one other film. It was one or two. Did he do two films?
I know just the one before. Yeah.
One before, yeah. So you know, Dana met him at a party at her house, and she said, "Oh, he looks pretty good still. Maybe we should bring him back." So we did. The only problem was when we did the parachute jump, where he comes into the wedding, he parachutes in with Bond. About the third take I did of him dropping off the rig, off the crane, for the last part of his descent on the parachute. Of course, he being of a certain age, he limped for about a week afterwards. He's a good actor, though. They keep going, you know. But no, I probably should have done take one print. I think with him,
there's some very nice deleted scenes on the most recent DVD and Blu-ray of License to Kill, but there is one scene that I don't know if it was shot, but the actual wedding of Felix and was that actually, because there was
Priscilla Barnes,
Priscilla Barnes. There's a still of them inside the church. Did you actually film that?
Oh yeah, we found a very nice Key West, Florida. We found a very nice church, and we had to take the telephone wires, and the electric wires that were running. You know, in America they have the electric wires running on poles in the street, and of course, when our boys were coming in, parachuting in, if they touched those wires, they'd have fried. So we had to get the local authorities to remove the wires and reroute them for our film. But in America, nothing is too much trouble. They just do it. You know, it's quite incredible.
I suppose you mentioned it's a Bond film, and suddenly doors open up for you. They
do, actually, which is a wonderful asset to have. You know, we have a very fine reputation. I mean, we're not like Michael Winner used to bring Piccadilly Circus to a halt, with sending a light to a car or something in the middle of Piccadilly Circus. We wouldn't do anything like that. No, we had a very good reputation. I mean, we set light to the City Hall in San Francisco with the blessing of the Mayor Feinstein. And she said, as long as it's all right with the fire chief, it's fine by me. So, you know, we took precautions. We put all kinds of steel plates on the roof and what have you. And then we used gas cylinders and we set the place alight. But it was controllable. And the only thing that got hurt was the fire brigade. When they put the fire hoses out, they broke the window to the tax office, which everyone applauded.
Just briefly touching on the wedding of Felix and Della at the beginning of License to Kill. Did you film the actual ceremony of them actually getting married, or was that was that never
Well,
felt?
you do it in parts, you know.
Yeah.
You wouldn't, time doesn't allow you to do the whole ceremony, so you just do bits, and yeah, little just a flavour. Yeah, because she then gets killed shortly afterwards.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
And hopefully one day they'll put that scene on the DVD, because it's currently suspiciously absent, but whether it's been lost or not, I don't know. So were you surprised in how License to Kill was received? Because it didn't do as well as some of the other Bonds, although it was put against big films.
Yeah, one of the big problems with License to Kill, because it was a story that was based on the drug trade, which is a very vicious trade, as we all know. And because we were dealing with these South American drug dealers, what have you, that we had some very hard scenes in there, with the shark thing where the guy is thrown to the sharks and all that sort of stuff. And unfortunately, the censor took exception to a lot of these scenes, and he gave us a sort of an adult-only certificate, so we couldn't get the children in to see a Bond film. And normally it's 12 plus or something, and this time we got an 18 or something. It was silly, really, because now you show this stuff and no one blinks, but it didn't do us any favors at the box office, the fact that we had the wrong certificate, and they excluded a lot of the children from our audience. The kids love Bond films. I mean, they just love them.
I think at the time fans perhaps didn't embrace it as much as the others. Are you very happy now that it's been reappraised and people think it's one of the
best? Yeah. I mean, I think now it's a very popular film on television. It's done extremely well. Timothy Dalton was very good in it, and the action in it, it was unbelievable. It was so good. We shot the whole thing in Mexico City, and on location in Mexico. It was a great place to make a film. It was a bit hard at times because it was a bit corrupt when we were there. The missions and so forth, you had to pay your way around. Wow. But no, it was good experience.
And do you think Timothy Dalton enjoyed it more because it was a bit more meaty, it was a bit darker?
Yeah, I think Timothy, he's a real professional, and he enjoyed the Bond films. I think he did a great job. I think, funny enough, he was almost a precursor to Daniel Craig. I mean, that style, the harder edge Bond, it became Daniel Craig's style and acting style. So we were a little ahead of our time, I think, with that film.
And then, of course, after License to Kill, there was a 6-year gap between License to Kill and GoldenEye. At any point, were you going to do another Bond, or was it always License to Kill was your swan song?
No, I think that was my swan song. I think I was more or less done. I'd done 5, directed 5 Bonds, and you need a new broom to come in, with some fresh ideas and reinvigorate the thing. Like you change the leading man. Everything was changed. The writers, the actor, the director. It was, and that's what you do with the Bonds. Some of the early Bonds, when you think about it, I think Terence Young did 4, I think, and Lewis Gilbert did probably 3 or 4. I can't remember now. But
big Bonds,
but it's unusual to do 5, and I was very happy to do 5. They're great films to make. You shoot for 6 months, and you create a kind of a family. And the Bond family is wonderful to work for. Barbara and Michael and Cubby are fantastic people. They appreciated everyone who worked on the film. A great sense of humor, very generous, appreciate everything that everyone did for them. I enjoyed it very much.
One what your proudest moment of your career was, or your favourite project?
Well, I think without a doubt, when I was a second unit director and editor, I think on Spy Who Loved Me, I think the pre-title scene in in Mount Asgard, the actual parachute jump, but also the sequence that preceded it, all the skiing stuff, which I shot in San Moritz. It was amazing when you think about the action now, you plan it. And sometimes you'd have 4 units shoot in a sequence, and sometimes you'd be shooting them simultaneously. You'd have an underwater sequence shooting in the Caribbean, and you'd be shooting the top side of it in Greece, and shooting simultaneously, all done with storyboards, all planned. And other times you have aerial sequences and stuff all planned. I mean, on Timothy's first film, I did the nets fight on the net behind the aeroplane. It was quite an incredible sequence. B.J. Worth and his boys, skydiving guys, the doubling for Bond and Necros on the net. That's a fantastic sequence. No, we have some wonderful action sequences, and you get the time and the money to make them really well. We didn't have CGI in those days, which, funnily enough, is an improvement on what's around today, I think, because you can see, our stuff was real. You can tell that,
How it has a different look and different weight to it, and you want to do lots more different types of films, or were you quite happy to do the?
Well, I would love to have done other types of films, but of course, you get dubbed as an action director, and there's nothing wrong with that. They're great films, and I would have liked to have done other things, but I spent so many years working on the Bonds, 20 years. I was more or less done, I think, by the time I finished License to Kill.
Well, they must be quite exhausting, and takes everything out of you as well. Not easy.
I wouldn't say it's exhausting. It's exhilarating, really. It's like a boy's own adventure when you're making one of those films. And of course, working for the Broccoli family, it's such a pleasure. I mean, you don't feel any pressure. A lot of films, you feel a lot of pressure all the time. They were budgeted correctly and scheduled correctly, and no one tried to. I mean, you shot for 6 months. If you can't make a film in 6 months, there's something wrong, isn't there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much, John, for joining me this evening. It's been wonderful.
It's a pleasure, Philip. Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye now.
Take care, John. Thanks very much.
Bye.
Bye. Hi, John.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
I can indeed.
Good. How are you?
I'm very good. You?
Good. Yes, thank you.
Good. Okay. So first of all, I just want to say thank you, John, for joining us for this celebration of License to Kill. It's very much appreciated. So I just wanted to ask you first of all, John, how does License to Kill sit in terms of your Bond films? Because I know Fury is only your favourite, but where does License to Kill sit?
Well, it was the most violent one, I suppose, of which I was involved in. I mean, it wasn't necessarily my favourite, although it was very successful. I mean, I loved the characters in it, but it was Tim Dalton's, his first one, wasn't it? Yes.
Oh, it's Living Daylights and then License to Kill.
Sorry, it's his second one. So he was better into it than he was on the first one.
Yeah.
But he wanted to play it violently, which John did. Of course he did. That's what he was told to do.
Yeah. So some of it was coming from Timothy Dalton, and I think also around about that time you had the Die Hard and Lethal Weapon. So it was very much being, I think, by the films of the time. I think that's fair to say. Did the film come out darker than people anticipated, and was there perhaps ever a thing? Well, maybe we can edit it down a little bit to get our usual rating, or how did that sort of
Well, I mean, I'm sure John spoke about this, but there were problems with the censor on it.
Yeah.
It was very violent in certain sections. And we did have trouble with the censors. I think I mentioned that before.
Yeah.
But, you know, everything is surmountable. You can do it. But Cubby was absolutely adamant that he wasn't going to wreck the picture just to make it a 12.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because in the UK, well, obviously it has 15 rating still today. So it does. And of course, the subject matter, I think, also helped to make it very dark with, you know, the drugs and the revenge as well. I believe he did have to do some editing on Anthony Zerb's demise in the
when his head blew up. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, no, it's extremely violent. When we first, it looked a bit comical because it's like a balloon.
Yeah.
But I mean, the way it was cut and the screaming and this and the other, it was, the sound helped to make it so violent. And I think, in fact, I'm almost certain we pulled some of the sound down to get it through the censor. I can't remember now. It's quite a long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Because from what I understand, I think his actual head exploding was shot sort of like face on, but the different angles we used to make it a bit less extreme. And I think also we were talking last time about some of the violence in terms of the death in the of Benicio del Toro's character in the drugs.
The mincing machine, yeah.
And I suppose the other bit would be the death of Felix Leiter, not the death of Felix Leiter, but the attempted shark attack on Felix. Again, did you have to tighten that up to make it less?
I don't think I can't remember. I mean, to be absolutely honest, I can't remember the sense of being problematic with the shark thing, because it was, you know, that was a shark attack. I mean, it's like Jaws. There's no problem really with that. I think it was excess violence with the feet getting caught, or the threat of violence, and once again the sound. Sound was really violent.
So they might have had more problem with, say, the mincing machine. With that might have been more of the yeah, sounds like.
Yes.
Yeah.
It'd be nothing today. What you see today is nothing.
No, I think it is reasonably timid, isn't it, for today's standard, as you say. One of the, of course, being inspired by things like Die Hard and Lethal Weapon, the composer Michael Kamen came in, who did both those films. Did you meet Michael at all? Did you have any discussions about music and editing and anything like that at all?
Well, of course, we ran the film for him with John and spotting it, and we put John Barry's music into it probably, so he had a good guide as to where we would want music. He was the first time I'd worked with him, so we had a music editor. We had John's son, his elder son was a music editor on that, so that was a very family thing, and it was comfortable. It's easy for us to do that way.
Okay. I mean, how was Kamen different to, say, working, say, with John Barry?
Well, John Barry, because he'd done so many of them, it all became it was very comfortable and quite funny. You know, we had a lot of laughs with it. Michael Kamen was a little more serious about it, because, you know, he was trying to put his interpretation. When we had what did we have? We had some music songs which he had at the end. So I can't remember. License to Kill. Who did that one? I can't remember now.
Oh, that is Night did License to Kill.
No, that is Night. Yes.
Yeah. And we also had Patti LaBelle's "If You Ask Me To" at the end credits, which is a very nice song. Sure. And I think Michael came and did a few source music. You know, there was "Dirty Love" in the bar fight, and there was some wedding party music as well. So there's quite a number of songs in there.
Oh yes, a lot of atmospheric songs over there. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of your editing of, say, the action sequences, was the approach any different because it was being a bit darker, a bit grittier?
Well, we had more coverage on it because violence is easy to shoot as long as you have enough cover, because you can make it by fast cutting and threatening and once again sound awful.
Yeah.
No, it was. I mean, we were aiming to make it more violent. That was it was scripted violently.
Yeah. And when I spoke to John Glen about the film, I asked him about his favourite sequence, and he immediately said the tanker chase at the
Oh yeah.
at the end. Would you concur that's the best part of the
Well,
film?
it's a fantastic, absolutely wonderful sequence, marvelous coverage on it, and very cleverly shot.
And because I take it,
With comedy in it as well, so it wasn't all deadly serious. You know, one or two things. You know, when the guy jumps out of his truck and goes,
yeah,
a little bit of humour, which you have to, otherwise it would be. I mean, in real life, it's absolutely threatening. Although I saw somebody said something on one of the websites that it could never have happened because when we cut the tube, the air brake tube, or whatever it was, that evidently locks the wheels. If you do that. So I didn't know that, but it doesn't matter.
I suppose as long as it makes sense when you're watching the film, and there's a nice sound effect for that one. Did you, because obviously working with people like Colin Miller and Vernon Messenger on the sound, again, was the sound approach a little bit just to make it again a bit more?
Well, Vernon came out to Mexico with us, and Colin came on later in England. So you know, we were doing the sound as we were out there. Vernon was creating sound, and he had access to lorries and trucks and explosions and things like that, which were covered by second unit sound as well.
I mean, how much of the actual soundtrack can you actually use that's shot on, you know, actually on the set compared to, you know, what you have to put in afterwards? Is it sort of like a 50-50 split, or?
Well, I wouldn't actually know. I mean, because I had a soundtrack to go with it, second unit shot sound, and so we had a guide to it. I mean, Vernon was just increasing the dynamics of it and the excitement of it, and also because we had to shoot movement. Yeah.
And was there any complexities with shooting in Mexico versus back at Pinewood?
Well, for me.
Well, yes, perhaps from your perspective, or anything that you perhaps knew
about.
Well,
no, I mean, apart from, you know, worrying about what you're going to eat, you're going to be well, because Mexico wasn't the cleanest place to live in.
No.
And, but no, it was an enjoyable experience.
So it's quite a welcoming, quite a nice sort of.
Oh yes, they loved us out there. We didn't see much of Cubby, unfortunately, but because he wasn't very well.
No, that's true.
But we kept him up to date by sending him videos of what we were doing.
So at this point, was Michael Wilson and Barbara Broccoli taking more of a
yes, more of the control of the picture, and Tony Way and people like that. Yeah.
And how do you find Michael and Barbara, say, compared to Cubby?
Well, they're all the same family. They're all lovely people. I never had any problem with them at all.
You can say you got that nice continuity because it is kept in the.
We sort of grew up with them.
Yeah.
Certainly Barbara, when we knew her as a child.
Yeah. Did you ever meet Harry Saltzman? I know he was before your Bond time, but
I know I did meet him when I was working on another picture, but not with him when he was with Cubby. I don't know which one. I think it was one of Rogers. He was, to me, very brusque and a bit rude compared with Cubby, who was always a gentleman.
Yeah. Because I think it was very much a partnership of convenience, wasn't it? Fundamentally, that how Saltzman had the rights and
the money.
yes, that's right.
It's all to do with money.
Oh, isn't it just? Yeah. Last time we spoke, we talked about you worked on the Bond DVDs and you've gone for the archives, and you found all there is sort of deleted scenes wise, etc. And there is some very nice deleted scenes on the License to Kill Blu-ray. But there's one thing that is missing is I think they did film a bit of Felix and Della's wedding. So after the parachute in, I think there was an additional little scene with them in the church, and probably just do you recall that, or do you know?
I'm just trying to think. I mean, whether if it was shot, it's certainly cut, but I didn't realize if it was deleted or whether it was done because of length of the picture, or whether is it not? I don't know. I haven't seen it.
I've got things.
Although I would have pulled all the material, and whether they went into the DVD, I don't know.
Yeah, it's certainly not amongst the features as it currently.
Did you ask John the same question?
I did. He didn't really recall. I think just because obviously it's a long time ago, but I don't.
I'm feeling the same.
Because there is a picture of Della and Felix in the church, so there is a little still, but that's all that we, us fans really know about it. So, and I suspect it probably was cut because it was a better introduction to the titles to have them land and then, and then go into it. So it's probably. So it might just be perhaps lost through time, or maybe it was just.
But it won't be lost. It'll still be somewhere there. It's all on film, and everything was kept. And I went through everything. So if it was a deleted sequence, it would have gone into the Eon archive somewhere. It's not lost.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So there's probably still a few things that Eon's sitting on, perhaps for future.
Well, open up another DVD or the next, whatever it comes out as.
Yeah, there's very famously on one of the Bond documentaries, when the tanker explodes at the end, Sanchez has died, and there's this big fireball. There was a still of like a fiery hand coming out of the picture, and I know that John Richardson mentioned this to me a while ago, and he went through all the film trying to find the actual film.
Was the actual flame, was it? The flame went into a hand.
Yeah,
I suppose if you go by frame, you'll find one. It's like any fire, there's lots of movement. This was supposed to be a spooky thing, was it? I don't know. I haven't heard
I think there had been a few eerie things that happened on that location because it was an abandoned road, and it was, it had lots of history of accidents and things. So I think people were seeing ghosts on, at night, and trucks were running off by themselves, and just probably something didn't put the brake on properly. But I think people were sort of getting a bit spooked, and of course, when they saw that picture, that was kind of like the last straw, I think, for some of them. So
I think that's publicity.
Might have a little bit, because I take it you weren't really aware of any sort of weird going on at the time.
No, not at all.
I just wondered what maybe some of your favourite sequences from the film might be, John. Do you have particular favourite moments?
Well, I like the scenes with Carrie Lowell because I thought she was very interesting to look at.
Yes, yeah.
And I suppose when she challenges Bond with as a strong person, they were good sequences. The one on where he tries to take the gun from her, that's a good sequence. I don't have any particular favorites, I don't think.
Yeah, and I know that Carrie Lowell, I think is probably one of the best Bond girls. I think very photogenic, along with
Talisa Soto.
Yeah.
She was much more aloof. I mean, Carrie was very friendly with the crew. Talisa, she was more like a model.
Yeah.
The thing that came from it was the young lad that came out. He's done very well since. I've got
Oh, is that Benicio del Toro?
Oh yeah, Benicio. Yeah.
Yeah.
God, he that was his great opening sequence
Yeah.
with him. He's
Yeah.
good. He's got tremendous screen presence.
Hmm.
Vicious, nasty, and then so had Santis. So had what's his name again?
Robert Darby.
Oh, Robert Darby. Yeah.
Hmm.
I talked about Robert Darby before, I think.
Yes. Because I think he was a bit of a practical joker as well, Robert Darby, a little bit. So whether he was seemed to be quite jovial on set, from what I hear.
Well, John would have known that more than I would, because I wouldn't have been on the set necessarily with him. I wouldn't have been.
Would you have encountered Benicio del Toro at any point?
Only when we were, we had to do some voice looping or just change things that we didn't understand correctly, but not very much. No, he was a youngster, new star.
Because I know that Robert Darby was a bit conscious in terms of.
He was always conscious about what he looked like, because I'm sure that's why he was cast.
Yeah, had a very distinctive
good actor also, but he didn't like it. He's a good actor, anyhow.
Oh yeah, very good. I was wondering, did you obviously working with Timothy Dalton on 2 Bond films? Do you remember what it was like with working with Timothy Dalton, perhaps on Living Daylights, and then, as you say, he was more confident on License to Kill?
Well, the scripts were better for him in License to Kill, because the one before was really written for Roger, and Tim was not very good at throwaway lines.
Yeah.
I mean, there weren't really many sort of tongue-in-cheek throwaway lines in License to Kill. There were much more vicious lines.
Yeah. I think much more centered around Dalton as an actor, and more tailored to him, certainly. Because I take it Dalton was it fair to say more serious in terms of his approach to
I mean, he's much more athletic than Roger, and he looked good, but he didn't have a particular sense of humor. That's my feelings with him.
Yeah.
I don't know what John felt about him. I mean, they had arguments, I believe, about cigarettes and stuff like that.
Oh, because of the censors and stuff, perhaps at that time. But from your point of view, Dalton was okay to work with.
Yeah.
Because would you have met him a couple of times?
Well, of course, we meet him at when they came to see films sometimes in the cutting rooms and that. Of course, yeah. Or go when I went on the set, or when we had the occasional day off. Sometimes we would meet up. I mean, I met up more with Carrie Lyle, because we all went to the coast one weekend and stayed in a hotel and had a lot of fun. I'm just trying to remember what happened to that video, because I took a whole lot of video with her. Whether I could ever find it or play it now.
Yeah. So it was quite nice to work in Mexico, and obviously you had lots of time off. And because how long were you there at Mexico?
Well, the whole of the time, yes.
Yeah. And
not when they were building, but the whole of the shooting time, yes.
And did you get the sense that from your encounters with Timothy Dalton that he was very enthusiastic, very happy with how the film was coming along?
I would imagine he was happy, otherwise he wouldn't have been very cooperative on the floor. And I think he worked well with John. I mean, they're very tight, everything's tight schedule.
Oh yeah. We didn't talk about the Living Daylights last time. I wondered whether you had a favorite sequence from that, maybe the ice car chase or something like that.
Well, they tried to do that again, haven't they? Well, that was interesting. It was not necessarily my favorite one. I don't have any particular favorites. they were all everything, every sequence you put it together, because it's all put together at different times, and you're excited. And once I've assembled it and put it together, I'd call my assistants in or assistants. We'd all look at it together and have I missed something? Have I got it wrong? And then wait, and then I'd show it to John, and he'd say, "What else you got?" That's his favourite saying.
Yeah, I think for Living Daylights, I think is a really strong Bond film, and I think it really just flows very well, and great cast, great locations, good script. So I think it's one of my favourites, certainly. I just wanted do you remember working with Alec Mills at all?
Yeah, God, Alec, I've known him for many years. He was camera operator for many years.
Yeah.
I can't remember how many pictures I've worked with him, but he took over as director of photography. And he's excellent. And with Mike Frith and his various crew around, was Mike Frith on it? I'm not sure. No, I mean, he's a good cameraman, good, and very flexible and adaptable.
Yeah.
And knew John very well. They got on well together.
Because by his point, of course, it was a very tight crew that most of them had gone through numerous films together. So I imagine you all kind of had a bit of a shorthand, and it was all, quite easy to sort of to work together.
I think Arthur Worcester, I saw more of Arthur than Alec. Although in the same hotel, we'd meet up in the evening for drinks and chats, and he'd see the rushes, of course. And
because Arthur essentially was mainly on the second unit, wasn't he? Sort of doing
Oh, he was terrific. Arthur was terrific. Afraid you wouldn't be able to get him to talk anymore. He's gone now.
No, very sadly, quite recently, wasn't it, as well? So, would you have anything to do with the continuity side of things? So, say June Randall.
Good God, yes, of course. I'd rely on her. I mean, we were on film then. We didn't have digital remarks or digital quotes. It all came in on paper. And June was fantastic continuity. And also, when you're looking through notes later on, when you want to go through stuff, she knew which takes were complete, which ones were better for one thing, or if the sun went out, or they changed the lenses and things. All that information is on a continuity sheet. I don't think they'll get it now. That was the way we made them, and she was very important to us. And we had a second unit one as well. Otherwise, and which all those notes are really important to an editor. And also, John can then talk to her and say, I don't like that, or don't use that, and that information would go onto the sheets.
Yeah, very key role, isn't it? There was quite a good underwater sequence in License to Kill. I was just wondering, from editor's point of view, how you approach underwater sequences. How do you keep the pace moving? That sort of thing.
They're a bit like Moonraker, space stuff. Underwater's slow.
Yeah.
I think we had enough coverage to make it quicker than it was, probably. What was that? Is that going to find the what was it? I'm trying to think what the sequence was now.
Yes.
When it went down amongst the pillars and all the.
Oh, that's I mean, that's for your eyes only. I think that one.
Oh, sorry, that's another picture.
But with License to Kill, Bond has got on board the Wave Crest and has planted he's gone on the Wave Crest and he's investigating, essentially trying to work out how Milton Crest is involved in the plot. And Sharky, the Frank we were talking about earlier, is killed by the villain, and Bond harpoons the guy who killed him and then jumps in the water to escape, and there's this big underwater sequence of him trying to find Bond, and eventually he harpoons the plane, he surfs behind the plane, throws the pilots out. It's a great sequence.
No, I mean, that was a good sequence, but I mean, that wasn't so slow because it didn't go on for very long.
Yeah. So something like, say, For Your Eyes Only was a bit more of a challenge because you had a lot more sort of underwater. I was wondering about the bar fight sequence. I thought was rather
Well, that was the first one when I first got out there. I think that was one of the earlier sequences he shot. Yeah.
And again, I think very good use of that song as well.
Once again, we have enough cover. You can, cut around things that are, if a thump and a face doesn't look right, you use another take. Try to make it look real. That's the thing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And sound helps.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you got music, you're cutting it to music, rhythm.
Because I know when I was talking to Norman Wanstall fairly recently about Dr. No and his films and being, obviously his role being the dubbing editor, he was very much saying that back in the 60s, a Bond sound was very exaggerated. It was larger than life. It's not something you'd hear in a Marks and Spencer's elevator or something. To quote Norman. But I suppose by the time your Bonds, particularly the Dalton ones, the sounds were becoming much more sort of
real. They were more real because you could create them properly. More so than I think Norman could in those days. We had more facilities or more availability, and also more frequencies you could use. You could make them much sharper.
A bit more sophisticated resources,
And also, they were loud too.
Yes.
Gunshots were much louder than they are normally.
Yeah, that's because I think I remember Steven Spielberg saying about Raiders of the Lost Ark, Indiana Jones's handgun was a shotgun or something, bigger than life. The only other actor I wanted to mention, John, do you remember Anthony Zerbe at all?
Oh, well, I can remember him there because my wife came out there and went out to his home. I didn't go with his wife, but he died too. He's all
is he still not with? Is he not with us anymore?
I thought he died too, didn't he?
He did actually cameo in one of my events last year. We did. He had a role in the Man from U.N.C.L.E.
Maybe he didn't. Maybe I've killed him off.
I think he's still. I mean, to be honest, these days you never know who's going to be around. You wake up, do you? That's the feeling I get.
He played Milton Crest, didn't he?
Yeah. I think.
No, I didn't have any specific dealings with him apart from when we happened to meet. There was a crew meeting. When you meet people.
Yeah. I'm happy to say he's still live and ticking.
Oh, good.
Sorry, he's got a birthday coming up on May 20th as well.
Oh.
So, but I think he's still very active in terms of still doing films and things like that. So, which is quite nice. Let's see if anything else I wanted to ask. Last time when we talked, but we sort of mentioned a couple of names. We didn't really sort of go into anything about them. You mentioned working with Robert Wise. I just wanted to perhaps know what kind of a man Robert Wise was.
Well, Bob, I knew him as Bob Wise. He was a film editor beforehand. Before he died, I've only worked with him once, which was on The Haunting with Alan Soames. And I was the sound assistant with Alan, and we created all these offstage sounds of the haunted house and things like that. And in those days, it was a black and white film to give it atmosphere, and it was mono, it wasn't stereo. So to get what about Bob Wise? Lovely man, absolutely, and he spent a lot of time in the theatre with us when we were recording sound effects, because he was interested, and he would sit in front of the theatre down the road with his script and a light, and he'd be writing and listening at the same time. So if we created a particular sound, like we built big ladders all built up on top of each other to drag the radiator on the top and then knock them all over and recorded the sound. And he later played it back and things like that. For him, I didn't realize how important he was as a director because I was a young man then. He was very complimentary to everything we did.
And I think he's, well, you say a very prolific and important director.
Yeah.
A lot of people will probably know him from his role in Star Trek: The Motion Picture. He directed that one, and if that hadn't been a success, you wouldn't have all the Star Trek empire that you have now. So just one example here of his importance. And I wondered if you had a favorite memory of David Lean.
Well, I spent such a long time with him. I spent sort of like 9 months with him in his company on Chicago, once again as a sound assistant, well, cutting rooms and sound, because we were all involved together. And Norman Savage was the editor, and we used to eat with him every night. I had my wife out there, and Norman had his wife out there, and we never saw them. We were always working. David was workaholic. So we'd start at, 8:30 or 9 in the morning and go on till 9 at night. We'd eat together. That was well in post-production, but during the shooting out in Madrid, I would only see David when we ran rushes.
Yeah.
I didn't go, I went on a few of the sets, but didn't go out to the big sets, no. But I admired him. Got a fantastic director.
Yeah.
Wonderful, and would listen to what you said. He would run sequences with Norman. They called Win Rider and myself in there and said, "What do you think of this?" And we give our comments. And David always said, he said, "If you don't like it, tell me, but I want to know why."
Yeah.
If you just say, "Well, I just don't like it," he wouldn't accept that. So if you said, "Well, I thought that was a bit short," or "I'd like to see a bit more of that," he'd listen to you in that respect.
And what was Win Rider like to work with?
Mad. No, he's all right. He was, oh God. Well, I did several pictures with him. I was a glutton for punishment because I didn't mind him. A lot of people couldn't stand him. In fact, the Americans couldn't stand him. And on Chicago, they called him my assistant.
And so was working with, say, someone like Stanley Kubrick a bit more difficult?
That was only one picture, and that was on 2001.
Yeah.
But I just did the breathing. That's all I did, and I've told that story so many times. Did I tell it to you?
I think you did. Yeah, the sounds of the breathing in space is
and the number of times we had to do it. I was about 6 months that took me to do.
Oh dear.
Take it away and do it again. Try again. He was desperately waiting, like a lot of things. He would go and go and go until he got what he wanted, but he couldn't always explain what he wanted.
Yeah.
I think that was something, certainly with the breathing, because he wanted me to do it in the real helmet. Yeah. Which was so difficult. And also nobody knows what it sounds like in space. So we're all desperate. It was just breathing and exercising and trying to move without making the things crackle and pop.
Yeah.
We shot on 35 sound at MGM. I had 2 35 tracks running at the same time, so that I could then cut between them and get the white noise or the filler, so it had the same, so it didn't click and bang as you cut it. That was done from a technicality point of view, but it was interesting. But once again, you go in there, you spend 2 days shooting stuff. You take a week editing it, and then go and see Stanley, and then we'll get an appointment with David a while to go and see Stanley, and go and see him. Say, "Well, I've got a sequence to show you. Would you like to see it now?" Arrange a theatre, and he'd come in and he'd sit down at the front of the theatre with a notebook, with a recording device, which was quite new then. A little thing he'd spoken to, and he'd just talking all the way through it.
Good.
And then he'd come up and say, "Well, very good, do it again."
There was one person I wanted to mention, Alan Hume.
Yes.
Do you remember Alan at all?
Very well, yeah. Good friend he was. He lived near us. And his family as well. He did Spy, didn't he? Spy Love Me.
Yes, I Love Me. Yeah.
He,
A View to a Kill.
he did a lot of carry-on films. He did
Yes.
a lot of. That's where he learnt his trade.
Yeah.
That was good. He's a good, fun man, nice man to be around, very talented. Well, on Spy Who Loved Me, he did the parachute jump. He's the only one that got it, only one that photographed it.
Yeah. That was a marvelous.
Well, that's John Glen's fame.
Yeah.
He chose him. Yeah.
We did mention Wild Geese last time, but we didn't mention Ewan Lloyd, the producer. I don't remember him at all.
Well, I mean, he was a publicist, really, and a good producer. He got the money and got the directors and made films. He gave me a break after I cut the first Bond film I did, For Your Eyes Only. He gave me Who Dares Wins because, and you know, I needed that because I needed to get away from John.
Right.
Well, I needed to, you know, not get away from him, but to have another, you know, that it was my cutting, my editing as against John's. Because it's like when you work for Bob Wise, you edited what he wanted. If you work for David Lean, you work what he wanted because they're all editors.
So you were able to spread your wings a bit and your own person sort of with.
Sure. No, he was very good to me. I'm very pleased. I liked him.
Yeah. I did wanted to mention you composer John Williams, because I believe you said you met him a couple of times.
John Williams, worked with him on Goodbye Mr. Chips.
Yeah.
That was all over a year. I worked with him because we had to do all the recordings, all the songs, and that with Leslie Brickers. I've done there's a guy writing a story about John Williams in the States who I did a long Zoom call with him talking about it.
All right. Yeah, I suppose with along with John Barry, I suppose John Williams would be, you know, the one of the best composers.
Wonderful recorders, but a bit of a nitpicker.
I last time I did mention you got that Moonraker badge behind you.
Yeah.
Is that an original one, or is that a?
No, that somebody sent me that. I don't think it's from. It's from the film.
Yeah, it's very nice that.
I think it wouldn't have come off the set.
No.
I might have done, well, I don't know. Somebody sent me that.
Yeah. I suppose people didn't really have the presence of mind to sort of keep things from these films. I suppose most went in the skip. And
I wish I'd had a camera. I wish like selfies today.
Oh yeah.
All these people we work with, all the people we talk to, and there's done that we have no recognition. Working with Liz Taylor and things like that. All these famous people.
Yeah.
All the people that have now gone. Omar Sharif is another one.
I think David McCullum, somebody asked him in an interview what did he regret not doing, and he regretted not having an autograph book. You know, especially in a big TV series where you had lots of huge faces coming in every week, and
especially as they become so collectible.
Yeah. I mean, how do you feel, John, about the sort of commercialism of it all in terms of?
Well, I think it's very good. It gives people, they suddenly think, if I've got a script that's worth £10,000 and I sell it on eBay, well, basically it doesn't belong to you.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what would happen. I know when Bond stuff used to come up, Michael had a team of people that used to approach the people and say, you can't sell that. But whether it happens now, there's so much Bond memorabilia comes up and Star Wars stuff comes up for sale now.
Yeah. Because I think one of the nicest things is those events at Pinewood Studios, and there was a big one for License to Kill a few years ago, and I think we met each other first at one of those.
One done by Gareth.
Yeah. And do you have any favorite memories of those kind of events? And
to meet up with people, and basically he was very good by getting us so-called celebrities. I mean, it's just because these people, the enthusiasts or anoraks or whatever you want to call them come from all over the world.
Yeah.
It seriously came from all over the world, just to come to one of these things, to run the film and to have a meal and to chat to some of the people. The more they wanted to talk to the artists and the ones that Gareth could get.
When I used to surprised
John went to many of them. Sells his book there. John Richardson does. Peter Lamont did.
And are you surprised at the attention that someone like you gets because of obviously being behind the scenes? Did you ever think that people would, like myself, want to talk to you?
We're backroom boys, basically. We're storytellers, creators, big jigsaw puzzle sorters.
Yeah, but I think it's very nice that
oh yes, it's nice. But the trouble is now I'm nearly 84. People come up and they know more about the films I've worked on than I know myself because I can't remember. And a lot of the Bonds had very similar stories. It's always the baddie and the goodie and this and the others and beautiful exotic locations.
Yeah,
and fun pictures. But Labyrinth, when one of the last Bond films I went to, Bond openings or one of these things, somebody came up to me with a Labyrinth poster. It was his favourite picture, and because my name is on the front, he wanted me to sign it.
Yeah,
because I never got credits on the Bond, not on the paid advertising. They do now, but in my time they didn't.
Yeah, very different, isn't it, in terms of recognition and things like that.
Well, I mean, you've only got to look at the end credits on a film now, as long as the picture is sometimes.
That's one thing I did think when I saw Dr. No from Rush of Love recently in the cinema. I was like, oh, I can go home now. And it's about 30 seconds of credits. And it was remarkably different to, I think it's like 8 minutes for No Time to Die, the credits sequence. So it's
Well, I remember with Golan and Globus on their pictures, they insisted that they have every single person. So there were even the tea girls, the drivers, the sweeper uppers, everybody's name on the end. And he said the reason for that, they'll all buy a video because the name's on it.
Yeah.
And they made more money from the video than they did from the film.
They did a very clever thing. They brought out the extended versions of the Lord of the Rings films, where they allowed fans from all over the world to pay $40 or whatever it was, and you could have your name on the credits of the, as a thank you sort of thing. And of course, they probably funded the whole project based upon, these. It's quite an interesting idea.
Well, I think that's in special thanks too. That's often and all the sort of product placement. That's how they finance films now.
I mean, when you edit a film and you've got product placement, are you thinking about?
Well, you'd have to look at the contract. We had a problem with Concorde on one of them because we had to use a shot and it was too long. So someone said, and I think Cubby talked to the spot or talked to British Airways or British, whoever it was, British Airways, and they got round it because you couldn't have the whole of that shot in. Too long.
Right, yeah.
I mean, it's embarrassing sometimes when it looks like product placement. The guy gets a drink and puts it around and holds the label up.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. I think there is. I think Moonraker is probably the one we're talking about with the Concorde, and there's obvious.
You had that sign, and that was all right.
Yeah. I was just wondering what you thought of the. Apart from your Bond films, do you have a favourite Bond film, or
Well, I think I told you before. I always think Spy Who Loved Me was the best one.
Yeah.
With Lewis Gilbert, because that was the first introduction to the Bond, and it was so exciting and so many locations, which I hadn't. Although I'd been on big pictures, I hadn't been on ones which had so many sort of short locations, but huge crews going out.
I think it's the film that had it all, isn't it? I think it's very jumping on for new fans. We've also mentioned working in Mexico, but when you're working in France on Moonraker, was that
in Paris?
Yeah,
we did Moonraker in Paris. Oh, that was lovely. Super time there. we took a gamble. John and I lived in an apartment together, which had, you know, and we used to take our wives out every other weekend or whatever. And if because Lewis refused to work on a Saturday, well, the French don't work Saturdays anyhow. So we always had Saturday and Sunday off. Either we'd come home, or we could do, or we'd go skiing.
That sounds right nice.
That was good fun.
I know though. Is there any reason to believe, do you think, John, that any deleted scenes from Moonraker or footage is in Paris rather than Pinewood because of that joint production?
You mean, is the film there? No,
Yes.
all the film came back to England.
It's all come back to.
It all came back to the vault. I went through Moonraker. We had a huge amount of film.
Yeah.
Because all the space stuff was all high speed run up and stuff. That, I mean, I've been through all. I didn't go through all the plate stuff because it was just it was really, process of Technicolor, I think, and they put all these cans out in the field once when they changed. And they all went rusty. Well, I had real serious trouble opening them, and I mean, all the good stuff was in the vaults at Pinewood. That's all been cleared now. It's all gone. But there isn't any more material.
Because I know people were thinking about the music sessions in particular for Moonraker. I think John Barry did the score in France, and like a lot of the soundtracks, they've been lost. And I think people were thinking,
well, no, I mean, it would have been my responsibility to get everything back in England. So
including the music.
It's all back. Yeah.
So yeah, I think certain things are lost, I think, after a while, aren't they? So I mean, what did you think of the set designs on Moonraker? Did you get to go and see all the Ken Adams wonderful?
Well, Ken Adams stuff, you were fantastic. Yeah, absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
And the centrifuge was such a complicated set. Wonderful set.
Yeah.
I mean, we had 2 or 3 studios there, so we'd taken over the whole of the French film industry.
Yeah, I heard that the French crews were so inspired that they were doing overtime and things to finish it off, and because they wouldn't necessarily do that normally. So I think it was, a nice project for them to have as well. I wanted to mention briefly the Seawolves, John, if you remember very much about the Seawolves.
Seawolves, that was shot in, what was it, India, wasn't it? Yes. Seawolves. I didn't go out on location on that. John did for a while. He did the second year. No, it was a good fun picture, nice little picture. Good story. Now it's you and Lloyd again.
Yeah. And you never
stars.
We've never offered the sequel to Wild Geese 2. I take it that never came.
No, Alan Strawn did that, I think. I wouldn't have been able to do it anyhow.
Oh yeah, I think we've been tied up on the
on something else, yeah.
On Bond probably at that point. I've got a little note just to mention Ralph Nelson. Does that name ring a bell at all?
Ralph Nelson did Soldier Blue. I did Soldier Blue and Will Be Conspiracy with him. I was assistant on both of those.
Yes.
Soldier Blue was shot in Mexico. Alex Beaton was the editor. And they came over here to edit it and to do the sound, and that was a very controversial picture. It was a love story. I don't know whether you've seen it. It was a love story, but it had an extremely violent section in it, where the Indians were massacred by the Americans. And it said it hit a sore point, I think, with Americans because of My Lai massacres. And so very controversial.
Yeah.
My wife didn't talk to me for 6 weeks after that picture.
Really?
Because she hated it.
No.
Still doesn't talk about it. And it was a love story.
Yeah, but there's certain things that just don't gel with certain people, isn't it? Really?
So she doesn't like violence of any sort, really. So extreme violence like that was, like cutting women's breasts off and slashing pregnant women. It really was. I mean, it was all done, with prosthetics and on film. It wasn't done digitally. It was film.
No.
And they, if they wanted to chop someone's legs off or run them over with a truck or something, they'd have a paraplegic that had no legs, put false legs on him, and then chop them off. violence is extremely easy to do.
Yeah. And do you normally, John, prefer violence to be in the imagination, or do you, is it?
Well, I don't like extreme violence. Of course, I've cut a lot of it, of course. But and that can be, violence can be much worse if it's off stage.
Yeah.
With sound effects.
Hmm.
You don't have to show somebody having their fingers cut off. You can do it with
Yeah, you can just have the sound and the reaction and things like that.
scream.
Yeah. The only other director I wanted to mention, John, was Blake Edwards.
Oh God, Blake Edwards, Julie Andrews' husband. Well, that was tamarind seed, I think.
Yeah.
Tamarind seed. God, you know more about what I've done than I know myself.
Oh, I try.
Yeah. Tamarind seed was shot in. Where was it shot? It's shot in some exotic island. I was working with Ernie Walter. And he cut it over here, up in London. And working with Blake. Blake had great trust in the cameraman and the actors, and when he was directing, I saw him directing in England when we did part of the stuff here. He says action and turns away and listens to the dialogue. He's very much a dialogue-led man. Well, that was my feeling. Omar Sharif was in that picture too. It's good.
I must.
Julie Andrews loved the cutting room. She'd come in and she'd say, "Can I make a cup of tea?" And I'd say, "Oh, I was his assistant." And his assistant said, "No, I'll make you a cup of tea." No, let me make a cup of tea. I'm never allowed to make the tea. So Julie made the tea for us. She was lovely.
And just as we start to finish off, John, I was wondering, because of course you witnessed a lot of change in the film industry. If you were thinking of going into the business now, so if you could do it all over again, would you want to? Would you find it more difficult? Were you sort of in more of a golden age?
No, because I'd be that much younger.
Yeah.
And you'd be digitally inclined. No, I mean, it's fantastic. Now, I don't think they cut any better. I think they overcut. And because they can shoot digitally and have even more film. There's not enough thought goes into stuff now. I mean, when John was shooting, he wasn't shooting digitally, he had film. So, you've got 10-minute run. Not like today, you can run for 2 hours or something on a chip, on a big chip, and just keep going. Stop, pick up. And well, it might be great for documentaries, but for a written drama, I don't think it's good. I think it becomes, and editors I talk to now, many of them, because we have discussions, of course, I'm still involved. It's cut too fast.
Yeah.
You've got to go with your initial feelings, not cut. Oh, take another 2 frames off that, which you can do very easily now. I used to mark my film up and then put it together, and then run it, and then trim it if necessary. But every time you trimmed it, you had to physically unpeel it. Yeah. Well, I can cut digitally now. I've learned, of course I can, but I could still go back to film, no problem at all.
And when was that sort of transition that came in when you switched from
the end of the 90s? Yeah.
Or was it just sort of very sort of?
Well, it almost happened. I mean, I did a picture in Croatia that was on film, and then the producer there said, "Why didn't we shoot this digitally?" But then they hadn't got the cameras to do it, and all the technology grew very quickly. I mean, we had it film, and then you went on to, instead of going from a movie and synchronized, you go to a Steenbeck or Chem. So that was sort of in between period. So when Avid first came in, or Lightworks first came in, they would have the controls like a film control, like a Steenbeck and that.
Yeah.
It's completely different now.
You don't lose something from losing that tactile nature. It's not like, say, reading a book versus reading a book on a tablet or.
I imagine it's exactly the same. Very similar to that. It's a good analogy. Yeah.
And do you think the industry is as good as it was in terms of your perception of what's happening at the moment?
Well, there's a massive amount of product. Yeah, of course, it's still a fantastic industry to be in. I mean, there's such a shortage of technicians in this country now, a shortage of editors, shortage of shooting space, shortage of cameramen, shortage of everybody.
Why do you think that is?
We are training everybody, we're training them, but it's just this Netflix and all this streaming stuff. There's so much product, it's got to be filled now.
It's a question of
The
demand.
BBC having 3 channels or whatever, 4 channels now, and all this stuff's got to be made, it's all got to be edited, it's all got to be produced, it's got to be paid for somewhere.
I mean, would you still say that the best technicians, the best, studio space is still England? It's still, the forerunner of everything.
I think it's in England because it's a tax system helps it. I'm sure that's part of it. I mean, we have wonderful studios. I mean, Leavesden now and is huge. And we lost MGM when I was in it. That was a wonderful studio then.
Yeah.
We've still got a bit down at Elstree. BBC have built a new one there. It's still a thriving industry.
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm retired though.
Yes, it seems like the pace of working, you say the demand for
the hours are still the same. The hours are still the same. It's still, although it's get a little more diverse now. There's far more women in the cutting rooms than there used to be, which is a good thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. When I spoke to John Glen, he going into License to Kill, he very much felt that it was going to be his last film. When you went into License to Kill, did you have the same feeling that this was kind of where your Bond journey was ending, or was
no, not at all?
No.
I mean, I thought I was going to do the next one because I'd worked with the director. I was a long period of time because of what came after that?
Goldeneye.
Goldeneye, yes. And no, I mean, I really thought I thought I was going to do that. But even though I knew the director, he didn't want anybody on the film. He wanted to try and do something completely different because the Bonds up to then had been very family oriented. People went from Bond to Bond to Bond. The only people I think they had on that Peter Lamont because he had a written contract and he'd done all the work anyhow.
Yeah. There certainly seemed to be a sort of either conscious or unconscious clean sweep of a lot of the technicians, and with Goldeneye, whether it was Martin Campbell being people that he perhaps just knew and felt, well, I have a relationship with this editor, this director of photography sort of thing. Because I get the sense that some directors on Bond, they bring their own people in, especially more modern sort of films.
Well, Jim Bond's now American editors, I believe.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Amazon owning Bond now, sort of, well, half.
Amazon, do they own MGM then?
Yeah, they bought MGM, and the deal just very recently went through, so they've got 50% of it with Barbara and Michael.
I'm sure Barbara and Michael haven't let that go.
Oh yeah. They've got all the controlling, they got all the final says and stuff like that. So I don't think it's going to change as much as people think it will, but it's quite an interesting element to it. I think that's probably everything I needed to wanted to go through with you, John, unless you had any sort of closing remarks on your thoughts of License to Kill, whether you think it holds up as a picture after all these years.
Oh, I think it still stands up. It's still a Bond film. It's a good Bond film. Like all of them, they'll all go on forever. People will always want to see a picture that's well photographed, well edited, and glorious locations.
Yeah.
And not full of digital effects.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, I mean, although digital effects are very clever now, some of these films, there isn't any real action. It's all green screen, the whole thing. So it's all an imagination.
I think that's part of the appeal of the Bond films, that even now they do as much in camera as possible. And
it's real. They're real trucks. They're not. They really explode.
Yeah.
turnover. Yeah.
I mean, is it easier to edit when something's actually real compared to,
Well, I would think because you knew you got the final product, as against today with people. Well, I've done stuff where you've got green screen and it's going to be put in, but I mean, it's just it's all there when you're playing with it. You're not sort of imagining it. I mean, on the Bonds, I used to photograph or have photographed for me just a sort of shot of the scene as it was going to be, as it was storyboarded. So you could cut to that and hold that, it's an insert or something, or just so you could run it as a story. As against green screen, you could see somebody going this, that, you don't know what they're doing because there's nothing behind them.
Just a final thought on License to Kill. Were you quite surprised that it wasn't that successful when it first came out, or was it kind of? How did you feel about its reception at the time?
I thought they thought it was a little bit too violent, and we had a lot of competition too. But I'm sure it's made money in the end because they.
Oh yeah, I think all of them have been very successful, and it's one of those films.
When they made Moonraker, they thought Moonraker was the most expensive one, and they thought that was going to be a disaster.
Yeah,
because it was so slow. But in fact, I think it was one of the most successful ones for some reason or other.
I think it came at a good time, but it took advantage very cleverly of the Star Wars phenomena, and I think Moonraker is one of my guilty favourites, if you know what I mean. So I do like a bit of Moonraker. But
well, I mean, when I was on 2001, I couldn't believe how boring it was.
Right.
2 hours of slow and waltz music and Blue Danube, and it's very clever. But that still, many people, that's a sort of, when they go to film school now, they use that as a story, for what filmmaking is about. Oh, Kubrick generally. Yeah. And David Lee. Because there are certain ways films, how can I explain it, of my lifetime of films? They've got to be entertaining. You've got to believe it's happening at that time. It mustn't be too violent. This is for my own thing, not too violent. And if it can make you laugh or make you cry, you've done your job.
And there's one other person I wanted to mention. Do you remember working with Roger Daltrey at all?
Yeah, on Buddy's Song.
Yes. Was that?
He took over from the director, unfortunately. The director was a really gentle giant. I can't remember his name now. Clive and somebody. And we had Chesney Hawkes, who was a young star, a young up-and-coming singer who was really good. It had a #1 hit song, but it was all to do with, Roger took it over, but it was to do with, it didn't become very successful because they didn't push it. There was a fight going on between the producers. I don't know the politics of it, but I mean, that was a good little story.
Yeah.
Good story. Quite well made. I like Roger. I saw him not very long ago. Oh. He's aged very well. He looks terrific.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
And I think we mentioned Dr. Zhivago. That was quite
Well, that's my favourite picture. Well, it has to be.
Your favourite, yeah.
Because it took 15 months of my life. I was just married, and it was, I don't know, it was so wonderful. It was awe-inspiring. I don't know. I really can't explain what it was. It was just, you didn't mind working every hour for this guy. You didn't mind. We used to cycle to work. I hadn't got a car or nothing. I earned £49 a week and got $49 expenses.
Oh, wow.
That was in 1964.
It's still quite good for the time.
Yeah.
Just thinking back about your Bond experiences in general, John, is there a favourite location you've worked with on a Bond film? A favourite?
Oh, I think Corfu was the most fun. Yeah. Well, because the cutting, it went, I mean, when we go on the Bond films, when we went then, we had to take everything. You took all your movie others, or Steenbecks, everything. They all got shipped out there. Huge, huge shipping.
And do you have
we didn't do that in Mexico. No, Mexico, we had everything from Los Angeles there.
And as we said, License to Kill wasn't that well received at the time, but of course now it has enjoyed a resurgence. Is it gratifying from your point of view that it's had this reevaluation?
Oh, I'm glad for Barbara, and I'm glad for the people that put the money out, because you've got to make films for money. Don't knock it. You can't make films for fun.
No, that's
true.
true.
If you get fun making, that's great, but you make films to make money. It's commercial business.
And what do you think makes License to Kill such a success, and why do you think people are drawn to that one in particular?
Because it was violent. Now I think they like violence. People like violence. They watch a lot of it.
Well, you've watched Game of Thrones, and we've become more used to violence, haven't we? I think as an audience, and
well, it's violence well done.
Yeah. Well, I think that's good. That's a good description of License to Kill, isn't it? In the little tagline, "Violence well done." Yes, in some respects, but
entertaining violence.
Yeah, I think it's a really good film. Did you ever go to the premieres, John?
Yes, all of them.
Were they
nice?
We
were all very privileged people. We were to meet Princess Diana and people like that. Very, very privileged. Not as much as John did as a director. Of course, he goes and he's very front with it. But we were people there, and you got introduced and you shook a hand, and that was it. And you had a lovely party afterwards. Parties were the thing.
Yeah. And finally, John, what is the best thing about being involved with the world of James Bond?
Cubby Broccoli.
Cubby Broccoli. Yeah.
Yeah. Or the Broccoli family, actually. They were lovely. I can tell a small story. We used to, I don't know whether I've told you this, when we were on the Bonds, because we were on film then, you have to use what they call leader or spacing, we called it, to build up soundtracks, because you don't have it all magnetic. It's all made up with old bits of film.
Yeah.
And you used to buy that. And we used to get 7 and 6pence meal allowances on those films, I think. Well, we say, and at the end of all the films that I've done, I've always taken my crew away. We've always gone away for a trip somewhere. And on one of the, I can't remember which Bond it was, For Your Eyes Only or Living Daylights. Which one was it? I can't remember anyhow. But we paid £1,000 deposit on a coach to take, all my crew and their wives, and we were all going to France for a weekend jolly. And the coach driver ran away with the money, and we didn't have a coach.
Right.
But we all drove down to Dover to Southampton. Where were we going? We were going to France. Where did we go to? I can't remember. We were going to Deauville. So where would we have gone from? Dover or Southampton or wherever. Anyhow, and the ferry people let us on because they said that he'd cancelled that morning, and he knew that we'd been stitched up, and it all went in the hands of the police in the end. But anyhow, Cubby found out later on that we'd lost all this money and paid it back to us.
Oh wow!
Yeah. that was something very touching.
Yeah.
Anyhow, great, very, very happy memories of the Bond films and everybody. I'm a very privileged person to be on them.
Oh yeah, I think everyone I speak to involved with Bond says the same thing. It was a lovely experience, family orientated, and probably the best experiences they've had, in the business, really. So, yeah.
No, I've been very lucky. Had a lovely time.
Well, I think that's a lovely point to end on, John. So
it's nice talking to you again, anyhow.
And you.
All righty. Well, see you soon.
Yeah. Take care. And hopefully we'll run each other at some event or something in the future.
You never know. Absolutely, it's a very small world.
Oh, it is. Yes.
Okay. Look after yourself. Stay
Okay.
safe, as they say.
Take care, John.
Bye-bye.
So, yeah, thanks, Anthony, for joining me to talk about License to Kill. It's one of the, I think, one of the best entries in the series.
Yeah.
And much like when we talked about Quantum of Solace last time, there was a writer's strike, I believe, with License to Kill. So that, I think,
yeah, we had a little bit of a problem with that initially. Of course, Michael Wilson was writing, but he was able to do some writing, but it was a tricky time, very tricky time.
And I think originally the idea was to perhaps set the film in China. I mean, still have it about a drug baron, but originally I think the idea was to perhaps set it in China, but I think there was lots of issues and complications and set.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
There may have been talk of that, but I would think in those days to make a film in China would be quite difficult.
I think it was one of the things they looked at and very quickly went, "Oh no, we can't do that at this point." So, and I believe that the choice of basing the film in Mexico was to some extent a financial one.
Well, the pound versus the dollar, dollar got very, very strong. I think it got up to about 184 or something like that, which made it very expensive to work in the UK. So we moved to Churubusco in Mexico.
And because I think that the budgets for Bonds hadn't hugely increased necessarily with inflation, so I think that might have been another factor for going to Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, the pure, just the basics of the budget. You know, you budget the film at maybe 150 to the dollar as opposed to 184, and there's an enormous difference. And that whether it was cheaper in the end, who knows? But it was an experience.
Yeah. So how did you guys find setting up in Mexico initially in negotiations, and was it a smooth transition?
No, it was very difficult. We had a lot of problems with the studios when I went out there in mid-March.
Right.
And I don't think it was a month probably before I got an office and before we got a fax machine set up. Remember, in those days there was no internet, no mobile phones, no nothing like that. So you relied very much on a fax machine. And I think it was a couple of weeks into April before we got a fax machine set up. The bureaucracy was enormous, and the bribery was tremendous as well. And it was not a pleasant experience out there.
Right. When it came to the bribery, I think John Grover said that if you gave them a bottle of whiskey at customs, they would let you go through, and you know,
it was terrible. Terrible. Everyone was on the make, and yes, it was very difficult.
I mean, did you guys feel safe over there? Was it security a big issue?
I don't think we had. I don't remember. I know a few of the girls had their handbags slashed. My own daughter, who came out, she had her handbag slashed with a razor blade on a bus. They were very clever.
Right.
But they caught him, or they caught him, and marched him off to the police station. But nothing much happened. Not much you can do there.
Right.
There was quite a lot of minor robbery, I guess, against tourists. They were very clever how they operated with a razor blade. They could cut open a woman's handbag and get the hand inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But actually, when it came to actually using the production facilities that Mexico had to offer, it was comparable to, say Pinewood or...
Not really. I mean, we made it work.
Hmm.
I mean, we had to clean up the stages. We had to repair the roofs because they leaked. Just the stages was where we built the sets, but it was hard work pushing it through, and some of the locations were good. It worked quite well in the end.
Yeah.
I think the film looked glossy enough.
Oh yeah, yes, certainly. Did you have a favorite location from the film?
On the film?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Well, not really. Key West was fun.
Yes, it looks like, yes.
With the 3 weeks we spent over there. I mean, even that we had a lot of problems with that, and because of weather, we had very, very bad weather in Key West, tremendous rainstorms and squalls when we were out at sea. We very often had a couple of times, I know, the crew were out at sea, and we were waiting for them at 1 o'clock in the morning to get back because they either got stuck on a sandbank or something. And I remember once we went out and bought like 75 pizzas and God knows what to give them something to eat when they got back.
Right. Yeah.
Because coming back, traveling back at night through those waters, they're very treacherous waters sometimes.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think one of the very impressive sequence is, of course, where Bond is lowered down on the helicopter, attaches the cord to the Sanchez.
Oh yeah.
But things like that must have been quite, logistically awkward.
It took a lot of planning, and obviously quite a lot of guts as well. Those guys who did that.
Yeah.
To do all that, and you did it for real. Nowadays it would be all done in visual effects and CGI. So, but that was all done for real. And I know when we did the parachute jump in Key West, I mean, that was quite complicated because we had to get all the power turned off for quite a way around the church. And we had to contact every house to say you won't have any power for 3 hours or 4 hours or whatever it was. And we did it.
Yeah. And when I spoke to John Glen and John Grover, they didn't have any recollections of the scene. I thought I'd ask you, Anthony. After Bond and Felix parachutes into the church, it cuts to the title sequence, but there was apparently the scene of the match of Dello and Felix getting married. Apparently it was shot, or there was a montage version or something that was filmed inside the church. Do you recall that at all?
I don't remember that. No.
Yeah.
No, I don't. No, all I remember is the two guys walking into the church, trailing the parachutes like it was a veil.
Yeah. There was a publicity shot of Felix and Dello in the church, but no one else.
I don't remember going in, but I had so much work going on behind the scenes. I didn't hang around the shooting much.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think some people might wish to know, Anthony, your title for this film was obviously production supervisor. What sort of things were you involved with on a day-to-day basis?
Well, basically the same. Just organizing the shooting and making sure had all the facilities to all synced up to work. It's transport, the catering, the locations, and all that sort of thing. I didn't have to worry about the extras or anything like that. That's down to the assistant directors, but just kept an eye on the budget and and that sort of thing. And and made sure everything was ready for the unit to go in and shoot. That's basically the same which you do as a production manager or line producer, or although not so much nowadays because there's so many people on a film crew nowadays. I don't know what they do.
Yeah.
It seems to me that many of them nowadays haven't got a clue what they do.
No, that's right. Was License to Kill an easy budget to keep hold of because you're in somewhere new, you've got bribery issues, all kinds of was it something that keep in check?
It's the same. It's the same as always when you, I mean, obviously you budget it beforehand, you know what the crews cost, you know what your schedule is, you know how many days, you know how many crew you have, local and British, they're budgeted. The things that throw you obviously is bad weather or sickness, or falling behind schedule.
Yeah,
they're the things that add to the budget. Generally, the general costs are normally controllable because you know you've going to shoot for 71 days and you've got 120 crew and they earn X amount, and you put 120 days times X amount in the budget. So that's a basic. And you know what the camera rental is for X number of weeks, and you know what the sound rental is. So all those figures, it's only if weather hits you or sickness hits you or director falls behind schedule.
Yeah. And
you have to go another day or two. But then you know what a day costs. All those sort of, there aren't too many hidden factors. I mean, obviously bribery comes into it, but you have an allowance in the budget for that.
Yeah.
You know, if you do go over schedule and you've got a crowd of extras on, I mean, that obviously adds to the extras budget. It's all fair. It's pretty well controllable.
Yeah.
So it's only if you have a terrible one of your main actors goes sick for a week or two, then you're seriously in trouble. If you can't swing other sets in.
Yeah.
And that happens. I mean, that happens, or they might even injure themselves, especially on an action film. You know, they might be off for 3 or 4 days, and you have to find alternative work if you can.
Because I know Timothy Dalton was always very keen to do as much of his stunts as possible, so there must always have been a slight trying to rein him in a little bit here and there.
Yeah, you have to allow him to do a bit, maybe.
Yeah. I think one of the most impressive sequences in the whole film is the tanker chase at the end, and obviously modifying the Kenworth trucks must have been quite an ordeal. And I think the location was quite treacherous.
Yeah, it was. Mexicali was quite a tricky location. Yeah, and adapting those trucks to do was quite a big job as well. Trying to doing a wheelie with a truck that size, and it was quite hairy work. But the second unit did that.
Yeah.
There.
And sorry, did you want to say something, Anthony?
No.
I wanted to ask you what you thought of the actual script when you first read it, because it's much darker tone than what was that evident from the onset this was going to be a harder edge to it?
Well, that sort of doesn't concern me. I mean, when I read a script, I first of all read a script as the story, and then I go through slowly, and then I go through again and break it down, and then I schedule it. I don't consider whether it's a dark or fun or whatever. That doesn't concern me. All I'm concerned about is getting a schedule out to know how many days, and then I can sit with the director and he to go through it and say, he might say, I need another half a day on this set, or no, I can do that one in a day less, or something like that. And you adjust. But then the schedule changes 10 times before you get the finals at one. So,
was there certain locations or shots or things that just couldn't be done because of the complexities or the budget?
I can't remember us cutting anything out because we couldn't afford it, or we couldn't shoot it. I think sequences very often did get cut from the script because the budget or schedule had to be reduced. You cut something out of it. Yeah.
I think the Bond, if an idea is rejected, it sometimes works its way into a later film. Sometimes.
Oh yeah, we've had sequences in Bond films which have come up in 4 or 5 different scripts. And I can't remember one offhand now, but and also as the film progresses, people get ideas, and the script, you get script amendments come out. Script changes. The stunt guy might get an idea, or the special effects might get an idea, or the art department, or even myself. When you see the locations and see how it's going, you suddenly think, well, it'd be better if we use that location. Things change.
Can you recall an instant where you had such an input and you're particularly proud of it, or you see it and think, oh, that's my idea, or things of that nature?
I can't offhand. I've had a lot of my ideas accepted. I've had a lot of the ideas poo-pooed. But I have suggestions. I've made suggestions which are, if we sit in a meeting, around the table with the producers, the director, and special effects and stunts and what have you, and you throw ideas around the table, come up, and then someone enlarges on it, then someone says, oh yes, but what if? And you build on ideas. And we all have a little piece of that, maybe. It's a sort of very often group thing.
Yeah, I suppose most films are like that. They're very collaborative, but I suppose Bond's got a reputation of being very family-like, and everybody.
Well, it's an action film where we would sit round. I don't know whether they do it on other films.
Yeah.
I know I would very often call a meeting with everybody just to pin down what we were going to do. And I think with the Mexicali shoot, with the tanker sequence, there was a lot of changes because of maneuvering those trucks down that tricksy road, and to get them back again for another take was a major. Because very difficult roads. They did extremely well, those guys.
Did you think that Timothy Dalton was much more comfortable in the role by this time? Did he seem to be more relaxed?
I think I think on Living Daylights he was comfortable. I seem to remember. He was a capable actor. With a lot of stage experience. I think he was not the most energetic of Bonds, but it didn't have to be. I think he was comfortable.
Because he was going to go on and do another one, but as we touched on before, legal issues set in, and was there any development at all after License to Kill on the next film, or was it just cut kind of dead pretty much afterwards?
No, I don't think so. I think I can't remember when it all came to a halt, but and obviously there was the premiere at the end of when was the premiere? 89, wasn't it?
Yeah, July 89, I think.
Yeah. I can't remember if the legal problem had already taken place then. I can't remember when that came in, but we wouldn't have expected to make a Bond anyway for another 2 years. So 89, 91.
Yeah.
And yeah, I can't remember when it came in.
Yeah, I think it might be more sort of 90-ish, 90.
Yes, I think it was. Yeah.
Sort of thing. I think they might have had, like, there was rumours it would be Property of a Lady and other things. I don't think nothing was sort of finalised, because of course when Bond did come back, there were major changes, partly because of people passed away, like Maurice Binder and Richard Maybaum. So it must have felt quite weird coming back with GoldenEye after the break, but also because you had different people, others weren't there. And
yes, sort of the family was changing. Yeah, I mean, which was maybe not a bad idea. You get a new blood come in.
Yeah.
And GoldenEye was a pretty good movie.
Oh yeah.
I think it was better than License to Kill. And that's another story in itself. But I mean, I think that I can't remember on License to Kill. I think I can't remember the script changing too much. We always sort of, I think, had Key West in mind, and the tanker chase. I don't remember it changing too much. Obviously, there were more local scenes and that sort of thing. No, I think it sort of stayed much to the original script.
Did you ever get any sense how Richard Maybaum and Michael Wilson would collaborate together on a script? Was it?
No, not my concern. I mean, I just a nag, for God's sake, where's the script? I need to know what to do.
So there were revisions and things, probably,
Oh, all the time. I mean, the script pages, the pink pages or the blue pages or the yellow pages, whichever. The order is pink, then blue, and then whatever. I mean, I think that the script always finishes up multicolored anyway, with dialogue changes or idea changes that come in.
Would you have something like Richard Maybaum on set, or at least in contact, so you could sort of, as you say, react to something or change? Or
he wouldn't be on set, but he would be contactable.
Was he? Do you remember him much as a person, Richard Maybaum?
Yeah, I'd say.
I was wondering if you remembered Richard Maybaum much, what kind of person he was, that sort of thing.
No, I never really had much to do with him. I had no need to. I mean, my problem was to get the script and schedule it, and so we knew what we were doing. So I would nag for the script. Where's the script? And they'd have to sort that out. The producers would have to sort that with the director.
Yeah. I think Tomorrow Never Dies had lots of revisions, and very much like what you were saying, script changing all the time. And I heard a rumor that there wasn't probably an original page by the time it was
probably
finished.
No. No, I mean, I've got the script, but I haven't looked at it for years. I don't know. Probably, but that's quite common. Because you can get a pink page because you change a couple of lines of dialogue. Quite what happens nowadays, because with all these films have got so, what I hear, have got so massive now with the crew they have, because they've got to be all this woke society and God knows what. And you get an awful lot of executives on the film now, it seems, and no one seems to know what they're doing. So I hate to think what it's like. I know it's pretty awful making a movie now.
Well, if you look at something like No Time to Die, which I think was 250 million plus, and huge crews, the credits are a lot longer than they were, say, on License to Kill. It sounds like a lot of it is complex through not necessity, just for the sake of it. It seems a bit like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it started to get like that on not Casino. Was it Casino? I don't think it was Casino. I think it was a couple of movies later on. I think it started growing.
Maybe Skyfall sort of time.
Yeah.
Do you recall seeing the License to Kill for the first time, a rough assembly, or what did you think of the film at the time?
Well, normally I would see the Bond film in various stages, probably 20 or 30 times before the premiere. But License to Kill, because we finished shooting in Mexico, and I stayed out there for, I think, another week to wrap it all up, or 2 weeks, I can't remember. I then went off. What did I do after that? I went down to the Galapagos Islands for a bit, then up to, we spent Christmas in ABC Islands. So I didn't get home till probably mid-January. And I probably went in and saw into the editing and saw the film now and again. I think, I can't remember what I did after that. What was my next film after? Hang on, I'll have a look at my CV and see what I did after. What was the film I did? Die Another Day. Well, what did I do? I don't think I did much after that. The next film I did after that, I've got here on my list, is Goldeneye, but I think I did a couple of small films which I don't have there.
I've got Fall from Grace, 94.
But Goldeneye was before that.
Well, just according to IMDb, it's got Fall from Grace 94, Goldeneye would be 95, so it must have been very.
I beg your pardon. Because I did another film called Goldeneye in 1989.
Oh, was that?
With Charles Dance and Phyllis Logan, And then I did Where No Angels with Neil Jordan and Robert De Niro. Then I went out to Israel to do Not Without My Daughter. Then I did The Innocent. Can't remember what that was now. Then I did Wild Justice. Then Fall from Grace. Then Goldeneye. The Bond Goldeneye, 94. Yes, you're right. Yeah, I did a few in there.
And had you got used to the idea of maybe not coming back to Bond, or was it always in your mind you would return with?
Well, I mean, one was always in contact with the producers, and you get a lot of update now and again, and then we probably got a pretty early war. I think I seem to remember I got a call from Michael Wilson to say that it had been settled, or it looked as though we were going to win, or that sort of thing, and stand by to get going. I mean, but there was always another Bond on the horizon.
I think there was a bit of a misconception with License to Kill, because it was a harder film and it had an awful lot of competition from the box office, from things like I think there's a Lethal Weapon sequel, among Indiana Jones. I think the second one, Last Crusade, had come out. So because there was a gap, people thought because it didn't make as much money as some of the others that it was a failure. And that must have been a bit tough for a lot of people, probably, that might have been involved with it. So it's quite gratifying that now it's become this classic, ahead of its time film.
Well, it's going to be difficult, isn't it, now with this lockdown period we've had, and it's going to be a while before they get another Bond going. And now we've lost Daniel.
Yeah.
So there's going to have to be a whole new concept. So it's going to be probably 4 or 5 years between bonds.
Yeah. Yeah.
And of course, a lot of younger people now have grown up with TikTok and internet and Netflix and Amazon, and don't think about going to the cinema to see something on the big screen. Doesn't mean anything to them now. They've got dulled into this TikTok era and internet era. It doesn't mean anything for them to have decent sound or decent picture. I mean, watching Casino Royale yesterday on the big screen in Pinewood Studios was just magnificent.
Yeah,
because the sound was and the picture were fantastic. But young people now today wouldn't realise that. Doesn't mean a thing.
No, I mean they've been releasing all the Bonds because of the 60th anniversary, and every weekend for pretty much without fail, I've been seeing the old ones on the screen, and you can't beat that sort of presentation. And after Daniel being such a great Bond, where do you go from there? You know.
Yes, it's going to be quite interesting. But having said that about the audiences, they're also quite forgiving. Memories are very short.
Yeah.
And you know, just for instance, you take Doctor Who. Now that's had about 10 different Doctor Who's.
Oh yeah.
Over the period. I mean, I wouldn't know who they are.
Yeah.
Even went to a female Doctor Who, I believe.
Yeah.
So it still has quite a good following.
With any Bond, there's always going to, as you say, people have such an idea of what their Bond is, or their Doctor Who. So people have a strong idea of what something should be like. Do you think that Barbara and Michael Wilson really? They must have nerves of steel sometimes to sort of make some decisions that they do, and to hold fast, not bend to pressures. How are they as leaders of the franchise?
Difficult to say. I mean, when we were looking for a new Bond to take over from Pierce to do Casino Royale, we tested quite a few people.
Yeah.
And Barbara was very keen to have Daniel, but there were, people thought, "Oh, he's not right," this sort of stuff. But and if you remember, he got quite a lot of bad press when he was first announced.
It was awful.
But she was right, and I think you sort of have to sense the mood of what's going on in the world. With other films and stuff like that, and what's going on, and it's going to be interesting, because what the world is moving away from suits and ties and dinner jackets and what have you. That sophisticated world now is Slopsville. It's just jeans and t-shirts, and it's you can't have a Bond in jeans and t-shirts. He's got to be sophisticated, and because that's who the original Bond was. And he doesn't have to smoke anymore, but for those wonderful Sobrano cigarettes or whatever they were. I mean, not many people know what a vodka martini is.
No, how do you keep it relevant? I mean, I thought No Time to Die was, whether people liked it or not, at the very least, it was very gutsy, and it was took a big gamble. And I personally loved the ending. A lot of fans hated it, others weren't sure, but they're not afraid to mix it up, which I think is a big part of this success.
Yeah, no, it was quite interesting how it turned out. But when you say the ending, you mean in the finished up in the pool, didn't it?
I was thinking, but first of all, about License to Kill being very a step away from previous entries, but also
right.
also say with No Time to Die, where you have, you know, a very different conclusion.
Yes, that's true.
So it's always, you might be so afraid just to keep it like this that it would just fizzle away and die, but the producers always seem to be very, and I think that's very
fortunately that's not my problem.
No, but yeah,
that was not my problem.
Yeah. I mean, how did you find Cubby Broccoli? Because I understand he wasn't too well when.
Sorry?
Cubby Broccoli, because I think.
Cubby. No, he did come down to Mexico City, but Mexico City, which is 5,000 feet, is quite high and very polluted. It's a very polluted city even those days. I think we only saw the mountains around the city once in 9 months.
Yeah.
He came down for a few days, a couple of times, I think, but he couldn't take it. He couldn't take the pollution. And I think I must have seen him at a premiere, but I didn't see him many more times after that.
No. But Michael and Barbara very easily, well, it seemed effortless, but of course it must have been quite a responsibility for them to take over, you know, that.
Yes. I mean, Barbara was Michael had obviously been around much longer and had been writing scripts, and Barbara had sort of worked her way up through the ranks and had a good eye. So she was quite easy to step in. You know, we were a good team around her as well. You know, while we were there.
You mentioned quite a good location, the pool scene at the end of License to Kill and Sanchez's wonderful villa that he has. It must have been quite nice to meet the owners of these kind of places. There must have been quite interesting people that you.
Well, that was in Acapulco.
That
was down in Acapulco, and that was a friend of Cubby's. And when we went down there on the recce, I remember we sat at a large table by that pool and had a very nice dinner. Yes, that was a beautiful, beautiful house. But of course, since then, Acapulco has gone downhill very much. It's very corrupt and dangerous now. I believe. Sad.
It's amazing how things do change. Do you have any particular memories of any of the main cast of License to Kill that stick
the main
out?
cast?
The main cast, maybe Robert Dalby or Carrie Lowell or people of that nature?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think they all came in and did the job and behaved themselves, and I don't. I think they all kept themselves busy. I mean, because the trick was in Mexico City was to, you know, what do? You're living in a hotel room for 9 months, and you go out to eat, and it was quite tricky. So I guess they all kept themselves occupied. I don't think we had any trouble from boredom or anything like that.
Was it more that you did the crew pretty much stay with the crew and the actors for the actors, or did you kind of because I think it was 9 months I think you said you were there for? Yeah.
Well, of course, the actors weren't there for all that time. I mean, we had 3-4 months prepping before they came out. No, I think we'd all meet up in restaurants, what have you. I mean, Timothy often used to come out with us to one of we had several restaurants which were our favorites, and we had those well organized.
I think for me, one of the nicest things about License to Kill is the fact that Desmond Llewellyn has such a prominent role in the film.
Yeah,
I get a sense you must have really enjoyed that expanded role. And do you remember Desmond at all?
Yeah, no, I mean Desmond. I mean, again, we used to take him out he used to join us for dinner, and we, you catch up on the stories, and you always entertain yourselves as a group. You know, so you've got to enter. You just got to keep yourself occupied.
Yeah.
And keep busy, and the hours were long as well. So very often I didn't eat at night because I was worked too late. But and we had down near the main square, the Zocalo in Mexico City. It's the second largest square in the world after Red Square. And there was the theatre, the Bellas Artes, and we would very often go there on a Saturday or a Sunday. It was a Saturday evening or a Sunday lunchtime. They had concerts, or they had singers or musicians. They were quite good fun.
Yeah.
And of course, there was always a nearby restaurant you could go to afterwards, and you walk back across the park, and just with all the rats running around you, giant rats raiding the litter bins and whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, that was quite fun.
I mean, how long would you go on for? Because I take it you would join Peter Lamont to do a location recce, and you would you?
On that film, we probably, I don't know, but we would have been quite a small crew initially out there to start with. Peter Lamont, an art director, and a construction manager maybe, and the accounts department, and ourselves, and we would find the locations like any film, any Bond film, and you'd find your locations, get permissions, and schedule it in, and budget it in, and all that sort of stuff. But and of course, we built quite a lot on the stages when we got them.
Yeah, and did you try and import as many UK crew members as possible, or were you? Was it?
Yeah, we brought in quite a lot of crew. Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, your editors and sound and camera crews, second unit. Art department. We had, and production office. We had a pretty big organisation.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't, and you pick up the local crew as well. So obviously, we had a Mexican production office and accounts, and of course it was very. I don't know what it's like now, but in those days you had a censor sit on the set to watch what you shot.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, the one we had, she was a lady. She was a pain in the neck, and threatened us that if it looked like Mexico, she wouldn't allow it in the film. Well, we gave her get a short shrift, I think.
it was obviously a fairly sensitive subject, given where you were shooting.
Yeah.
So
yes, I think they were very, very nervous of the subject.
Yeah.
And we sort of overcame her, and not much she could do really. But
well, I suppose the fact it was set in a fictional place, Isthmus City, it was. Of course, there are references to it being south of the border and all that sort of thing, but it's enough not to get too worried about it. I would have.
No, I don't know what it's like nowadays, whether that's changed or not. Can't remember. I don't know, but I mean that we did have a lot of problems. I know when we moved up to Cancun to shoot the underwater sequence, which we did quite early on. I think we did it as a pre-shoot. We had quite a few problems there.
Right.
And I remember that we had a storm blew our set away before we underwater set destroyed it before we even finished. But and then we getting weapons and that sort of stuff was when we had our first shipment of guns come in. 22 policemen, or no, military. They were military. 22 military accompanied the guns,
Right.
and they were dummies. You know, they'd fire blanks, but I mean, they wouldn't fire real live ammo.
Yeah. Yeah.
But of course, they were all jumping on the bandwagon. It was great fun. They got a free lunch.
So I suppose again that it was budget reasons why you couldn't go to the Bahamas and shoot the underwater signatures, as because that would have been the traditional thing to do, to go to the Bahamas and shoot all the underwater stuff.
Well, yeah, I mean the water was as clear up there than it is in the Bahamas, because that's why we went to the Bahamas, is to get the clarity.
Yeah.
In the water. And we had, of course, there was an underwater cameraman who lived up there, Ramon Bravo, who was quite famous at the time. And he lived in Cancun, and I think that's why we went up there.
Yeah. Do you have any other highlights from the film that we haven't already mentioned that you'd like to talk about?
Any what, sorry?
Any other highlights or memories of the film that we haven't touched on?
No, I don't think so. I think you overcome the problems that you have with the censors and the politics of the city. You have to work round, and you know the mayor always wants a donation to his charity, which is you never quite know where that goes, but it eases the pain. No, I think it was not a pleasant film to work on because of being in Mexico for so long.
Yeah.
But we survived, and you know, you have your fun. You get the parties going on a Saturday night or whatever, and we eventually got, as always, the film crew always gets a city organized.
Yeah.
They work out where to go and where the best places.
I imagine that you were based there for 9 months, and did you ever feel a bit sort of trapped in respect, because other locations you could probably go where you wanted at any time you wanted on your time off?
Yeah, you feel very, very trapped, but very trapped. It gets very restrictive. You know, you live in a hotel room for a long time, and you sort of maybe eat with the same crowd 2 or 3 nights a week and go to the same restaurants, and there isn't any, and there's no greenery. It's city, it's pollution. We did find a swimming pool on the roof of the hotel opposite, but that wasn't that good. But I mean, it was a little bit of a comfort.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's sort of, I guess, when with the hours being so long, you grab a meal, you just want to have a shower and get to bed. That sort of thing. But I don't remember any. You know, very often, you know, you'd have the crew would have a party of some description laid on at the weekend, and you did get the breaks away. You know, we did go up to Cancun, and we did go to Mexicali, and we did go to Key West, and we did go down to Acapulco, and we did go to, where did we shoot the sequence? At Toluca, I think it was, somewhere, some dreary place where we shot the exterior of the temple.
Oh yes.
Or whatever it was, I can't remember now what he was.
It's great find that location. I think it's really great.
And that was fairly dreary. But I mean, and I know that my wife and we dived down to I can't remember where it is now. The hotel where they shot 10
Mm.
with Dustin Hoffman and can't remember her name now.
Bo Derek. Is it Bo Derek? But Bo Derek.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was, you know, great weekends like that. You know, it's a good fun. A couple of days off or something. If we might have had if you'd been night shooting and you had the Friday and Saturday and Sunday off, you could maybe dive away, something like that. That was quite good.
Oh, very nice. I did want to ask about associate producer Tom Pevsner. I don't know if you remember Pevsner. What in terms of what your relationship would be as production supervisor and his, and whether you'd have much to do with each other.
Tom had done several of the Bonds. And in those days, associate producer would be now what an executive producer is.
Yeah.
There's now probably 6 or 7 associate producers on a film that haven't got a clue what they're doing. But there's always the guy at the top that does. So Tom was the associate producer, and I had a good working relationship with Tom. He was very, very stiff, and I was much more practical. And but we worked well. We worked well together.
The last location I wanted to mention on License to Kill is going back to the tanker chase sequence. I believe there were lots of accidents and spooky things that were happening during that shoot. Was that something that you were?
Which one shoot was this?
Oh, during the tanker chase sequence, it's supposed to be a cursed area, and it was spooking a lot of the crew and things of that nature.
Not really. No, I mean, with a sequence like that, obviously, there's bound to be the odd accident, but it wasn't too bad.
Oh yeah, I don't think there was any real. No, I know obviously no one on the crew was there, but I think it was just one of those places where it's like, I suppose, like going to anywhere of a reputation, you bring a feeling with you a little bit. And
well, it was a dreary. It was a pretty dreary location. And the poor crew living in those hotels up there, there wasn't much to do.
Yeah, you probably end up seeing shadows. You sleep with a shadow after a while. Yes,
I mean, there wasn't much to do. There were, yes, I think they were pretty glad to get out of there.
Okay, I can imagine.
It started to rain.
But when I joked to, it's been a weird day today, hasn't it? When I spoke to John Glen, he knew when he was making License to Kill that was going to be his last Bond film. So was there therefore a slight tinge of sadness that John was moving on? And
no, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I mean, we're all freelance people, and every film could be not your last, but I mean, it could be the last one and you move on to another film. You're not available for the next Bond or something like that. It's no, I don't think. We've all been freelance, but people come and go.
It's part of the life, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you might work with someone for 4 films and then they're not available, or life changes for them, or that sort of thing. Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, I think John had a good run. Oh
yeah, I think after a while you want a new challenge, don't you? I think it's how else can you? You probably run out of ways to blow something up, after what change direction. So when you come to say the premieres and is that always a lovely experience? And do you have any lots of fun memories from things like the premiere?
I've got to go in a minute. So
okay, yeah, sure.
Premieres, yes. I mean, generally, when I was around in the studios, I'd have a lot of organisation to do with the premieres. Well, particularly the cast and crew screenings, where we maybe had 5 screens in Leicester Square. You'd have 3,000 or 4,000 people. You'd invite, and on a Sunday morning, the whole of Leicester Square was everybody you knew. And premieres were always political, difficult. No, they weren't difficult. It was more difficult from the producer's point of view, because there was obviously, who do you invite, who you don't invite, where do you sit people, who's in the lineup. That was quite tricksy for the producers. I mean, I would have to do a little bit of organisation, maybe. You get involved, flying people in, and hotels and transport and all that sort of thing, cars for them. No, they're always quite good fun. I can't remember the premiere of License to Kill. I can't remember who the royal was who went there. It wasn't the Queen, I'm pretty sure. It must have been Charles and Diana, I think.
Yeah, I think imagine it would have been, yes.
Yeah. And I can't remember if I went to the American premiere. I probably would have done, I would have gone to the American premiere as well. I don't know. Or maybe not on that one. Maybe later on I would go to those when I became associate producer or something, when I took over from Tom.
And my final question for you is just what do you think of License to Kill as a film? Does it rate highly on your radar Bond films? Do you enjoy it?
I did watch a lot of it the other night. I think it's I didn't think a lot of the action sequences were as good as some we've done. I think a lot of them were, I felt the film was in a way the subject was a little bit drab. Wasn't exciting. But the sequences were good and the actors were good. I mean, it couldn't. I think, I think the Mexicali sequence was pretty good. The tanker sequence was pretty good. The cult religious, no, he wasn't religious, but the cult sequence, I think where the drugs went, all that sort of stuff. I think that was a little bit tame. But, I guess that was a story we got lumbered with, or we made it.
You didn't feel, that was too dark, or we shouldn't have done that.
I never worry about that sort of thing. That's not my.
But as a viewer watching it years later, you don't mind it too much.
When we view the cut sequences very early on in the post-production, and one goes to see them, and you sit there with the lights go up, and Michael Wilson or Barbara will say, "What do you think?" And you voice your opinions, and some get accepted, and some are obvious, and some get kicked out of the way. So you have it. But of course, on that one, I didn't have much to do with post-production, because I finished in Mexico and it went on, whereas in later Bonds, I was on for the full post-production. So I would have seen the film in many stages as it progressed and changed.
Quickly, Anthony, was the post-production done back in England for License to Kill? Was it all done in Mexico? Was it?
No, back in England.
Yeah,
we moved everything back. We shifted everything back. I can't remember. If I remember, we had a couple of big containers, and the film would have gone back. We had that shoot. I think we processed much of that in the States, in Los Angeles, and that would have been shifted from LA back to Pinewood or Denham or whatever. We would have done the post-production in Pinewood, if I remember.
You don't get a little nervous waiting for those films to come from halfway across the world, and it's
yes, well, you have to be a bit cautious. You don't sort of ship it all at once or something like that. I mean, it can be quite tricksy, when film was film and you have the original negative. It's quite a tricky number so you don't send it all in one package.
No.
You would shift it around, and you'd have a master copy anyway. But it wasn't the original neg was the original neg. So it's quite tricksy to do all that. But I have to go, Phil, I'm afraid.
Oh yeah. That's everything I wanted to ask you. But thank you very much for chatting to me. It's been great.
All right. Take care now.
Take care. All the best.
Bye now.
Bye. Bye.
Bye now.
Action.
During my 48 years in the business, I've met some wonderful technicians who over the years have become almost friends. And after the Bond films, I did 3 Bond films, and at the end of the production, they used to John Grover and Matt Glen used to organise a holiday for the whole crew. We all contributed to it. And we went to some lovely places. The first, after For Your Eyes Only, the whole crew, plus wives, went to the Isle of Wight. Great time. Second, we went to Somerset. Can't remember the town we went to, but it was a good holiday. And I suppose it was about 15 people. And the last one, we went to, Matt and John organised a trip to Deauville, France. Matt arranged for the coach. We were to meet at Pinewood at 4:30 in the morning. We waited till 6, no coach. It didn't turn up. The guy that was running it, I think, did a runner. So we all quickly got into our cars, and we drove down to Portsmouth and picked up the ferry. But we also had transport arranged for the other side. But somehow that didn't appear either. Anyway, we got to our location. It was a lovely hotel. We had a great time. But the money was lost on the first coach. I don't know what happened about the second coach. And Cubby Broccoli, being the generous man he was, he refunded the cost of the coach, which was, we were all very grateful to it. But Cubby Broccoli was a lovely man, and I haven't heard a bad word spoken about him. On from that, every Christmas, going back several years now, we used to have a Christmas do, mainly editorial, but everybody was invited, wanted to come. And that was held at Pinewood. But with the change of management, that all ceased. And we eventually ended up, only 3 or 4 years ago, at the Cookwood Village in Ivor, where we got about 70 or 80 people in attendance. Again, a very nice reunion of all members, and some from other branches used to come, but mainly it was editorial. But on from that, they developed a group called the Sprockets. How it, who gave it the name, I have no idea. But anyway, it consists of retired analog people that worked on analog sound, totally different from what it is now. And when it gradually was introduced in the business, that's when I decided to leave the business, because I've seen so many changes over the years that I didn't, at the age of 65, I didn't want to start over again.
Yeah.
It's a totally different business now. Everything's so different. Since I retired, I'm a great film fan. I don't watch television, but I have a collection of DVDs, which is nearly 5,000. And most evenings I watch a different film. I have my own little cinema set up, 9 speakers in my room, and a large drop-down screen, and a good projector, a Sonic projector, and it's been a good investment.
Yeah.
Because it's a happy way to end the day. How did I start working on the bonds? Well, I was working in Poland at the time on a TV series, a Sherlock Holmes TV series. And I got a call from my wife saying that they want to do it on the Bond. And I thought about it. I was going to be the dialogue editor. So after a period, I found my wife and I said, okay, I'll join the Bond. I can't remember exactly when I started on. It was For Your Eyes Only.
So that would have been shooting 1980, 81 sort of time, yeah.
Yes, it would be halfway through post-production, maybe.
So it must be, 81, yeah.
But the thing about the Bond is, I knew John Glen from 1953, and we were quite good mates. We were both assistants at Twickenham Studios together, not working on the same film, but I think he was working on Spoilers of the Sea. Quite a well-known American director. But I was working for Renowned Pictures on probably a Dance Little Lady, which was a B picture.
Yeah.
At Walton-on-Thames Studios. Anyway, John and I grew a friendship, and we used to go to Silverstone together. He used to arrive at my flat. I was married then.
Yeah.
And he used to have a baby Austin 7, and I had a big Austin 16. So we used to go in my car. We had 2 or 3 occasions at Silverstone. But John's work went one way and mine went the other. He went, we lost contact for some time. He was working as a sound editor, and he worked as an editor. I don't know if he did a couple of TV series before we ever went on the Bond. Anyway, I met up with him again. He did Murphy's War. He was second unit director on Murphy's War. Anyway, I've diverged from what I was talking about. Anyway, I joined the crew at Pinewood as a dialogue editor, and the assistant was Joe Illing. My assistant was Joe Illing.
Yeah.
And he was a bit of a hippie, but Joe and I got on so well. And in our spare time, we used to have a game of table tennis at Pinewood. Had a nice room, table tennis room. Not there now, it's all different, Pinewood Studio. But For Your Eyes Only wasn't the best film, but it was an introduction. And the next one was Living Daylights.
Yeah.
Well, Colin wasn't available to start with, so I was on Living Daylights for 6 or 8 weeks before Colin joined, and he was in charge of the sound, post-production sound. And Derek Holding did who's deceased now, died a few years ago. He did the dialogues, and I did the effects. I did all the guns and bombs and explosions. It was a happy film.
Yeah.
And we went to, after as I mentioned previously, we went to Somerset.
Yeah.
Or did we? Yes, yeah, Somerset. Yeah. And then, surprisingly, when License to Kill I got the message from Matt, John's son, that he wanted me to take charge of the sound on License to Kill.
Yeah.
But the original title of License to Kill was License Revoked.
Yes.
But I didn't. The explanation was the Americans didn't understand revoked, so that's when it was changed. I was finishing on Circles in the Forest, and I've got a note here that says I ended Circles in the Forest in July 1988. John and Matt, I think, virtually flew from Johannesburg. I don't know if they went home or flew straight to Mexico City. But at any rate, I was left to clear up for about a week. And I finally ended up in July 1988. And I see of my notes here that I started License to Kill in the 21st of November. No, that's wrong, that one. Yes, I started on License to Kill on 21st of November, 1988.
Yeah, the film came out in July 89. So yeah, November would have been roughly a good start time. Yeah.
But before I joined them, I don't think I did anything between Circles in the Forest and License to Kill. But my wife came out to Johannesburg, and we had a holiday in Knysna, which I've said previously was a beautiful spot, but that was 30 odd years ago.
Yeah.
What it's like now, I've no idea, but I was always recommended to go on the garden route from Cape Town. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Anyway, I flew to Mexico City, and I was met by an agent who saw me through customs, but he made me wait for a bit. He said, I've got a job to do. He went and bought a bottle of whiskey for the customs man.
Right.
So there was no problem with customs. But apparently they had some problems. I don't know what they were. So I joined the crew, but the first day there was a holiday. Because it was the hotel we were staying at, there was a big march past of the army and so forth. So I took along a recorder. I wanted to record the footsteps of the soldiers marching. But they all were wearing rubber soles. So there was no effects there. But the crew that was staying at the hotel watched the parade. I don't know how far they got into shooting, but I joined the crew pretty early in the stage of shooting, because what John liked to do was he would cut a sequence and he'd like it roughed up to see what it would look like. So John Grover had cut a couple of sequences. So I went in, I took the sequence into a small dubbing theatre in the studio. The studio was called Cherubusco Studios. It was, I suppose, about a half a mile ride. The thing I was impressed again, Mexico City was a bit like Havana.
Yeah.
They have all these old big American cars.
Right.
And this car used to pick us up every morning. They were a huge thing. But breakfast was always at the top of the hill, top of the hotel, and you could see the whole of Mexico. But by the time we'd finished breakfast, it was a grey mist.
Oh.
It was totally polluted.
Yeah.
And the area that we went into was a pollution area because we drove into it. Anyway, this we've got picked up every day and brought home. It was a long working day. Not that I did much to start with. And we were stayed for rushes every night. And we got back to the hotel at 8:30 every night. And then we went out to eat, so it was always a late. During that time, Matt brought his wife out with a young baby, which was a bit of a hazard having to take a baby around every night. But anyway, it worked out somehow. But at the studio, I organised a dubbing theatre to do this sequence. It was the bar fight where Bond draws up in a launch.
Oh, yeah, the big speedboat. Yeah.
Well, we worked for 2 days on this sequence, and it was backwards and forward, backwards and forward. I never could get the sound that I know John likes. So I said to John, I don't think it's worth dubbing here really, because I'm never going to please you with what they can produce. It's not sharp enough, not crisp enough. And so he said, well then forget it. Enjoy yourself while you're here. So I used to go to the studio every day. I used to find jobs to do. I recorded a lot of sound effects. One effect, I thought, how am I going to make this? Well, they had a fire brigade in the studio, and they had a big water tank. And I thought, yeah, okay. So I got the fire brigade, got a great big sheet of plastic, put over this water tank. It was a round water tank. I don't know how many gallons it had, but it was a big pipe. And I got them to shoot a hose at full pressure on this plastic. And it worked very well for the seaplane when Bond is being towed along.
Yeah.
And but now, if it was made, you could probably do it with a hose in a bucket of water with plastic over it. And with digital sound, you can do marvels with it.
Yeah.
But I was pleased with that. One of the other things I used to go is they had a small zoo in Cherubushka Studios, and it was full of rats. They had cages of rats, and they had several big snakes in cages. And there was a rattlesnake there. I used to touch the glass or whatever it was, plastic. He'd shoot out at me. But they used to breed these rats to feed these snakes.
Oh yeah, feel live food, isn't they? Yeah.
The other thing I recorded was I did a stereo recording of machine guns inside a stage.
Yeah.
I used a long shot and a close up. And they're quite effective. I had a little cassette recorder, which were at the time were very high quality. Yeah. I don't know if I ever used them, but that was mainly for the fish tank sequence.
Oh yeah, in Key West, yeah.
What was the other thing? Oh yes, when we got back to England, I spent 10 weeks in. The unit spent 10 weeks. Maybe John and that spent longer, but I spent 10 weeks in Mexico City. It was a nice experience. On one occasion, we hired one of the large American cars for a Sunday trip. We went to some sort of park or I don't know, where these sort of dressed up barges went along this river course, had music playing, you got served a meal. It was a nice experience, and I can't remember much. I can't remember what it was called, But on the way there, I remember we were stopped by the police, and John, we all wanted to know why we'd been stopped. Well, the driver we hired for the day, studio driver, there was something wrong with his, superficially wrong with his, not passport. But
yeah, it's papers or
with his papers.
Yeah.
So it was a backhander for the police, and John attempted to video. No cameras, but it was a backhander.
Yeah.
So we were well on our way, but we held up for 10 minutes, you know. But corruption at that stage in Mexico, I was told, was severe.
Well, when I was talking to Anthony Way, the production supervisor,
Yes.
when he was budgeting for the film, he had to put in a budget for bribes and because people would expect you to pay him for like the whiskey in the airport. So they knew that they would be taken advantage of, and so they'd have to pay this or pay that.
Oh, yes.
So they had to budget a
That's
certain
the way it
amount.
worked.
They knew it was going into it, but it would. That's how it worked out there.
That's the way it works. I have here a picture of Sanchez, the bad man in the film. He was quite a character. John tells me that if you look at the picture closely,
Yeah, we can see that. Yeah,
you'll say his left-hand side.
Yeah.
Is quite scarred.
Yeah, just if you want to hold it up just a bit higher, Vernon. Yeah. Yeah, that's lovely. Yeah.
And he was very conscious of that, and he used to ring John quite often, saying, "I hope you're showing the best side of me on the film." But he was quite a nice guy. I remember one occasion he invited Matt and John and myself out for an evening meal. He obviously had a soft spot for this Italian place, and whether he knew the proprietor or not, I don't know. But he virtually took over. He was quite a wild character, and he virtually took over the restaurant. And I don't even know if he even cooked the meal for us. I don't know, but it was certainly a good evening.
Yeah.
And I quite liked him. He hasn't done much since that film, unless they would all be pictures. But he was quite a change from a normal Bond villain.
Yeah.
And I thought the film deserved more than it got. Actually, I thought it was one of the better Bonds because it was different. One of the leading ladies in the film was Carrie Noble, and she and the editing crew plus the floor crew hired a plane one weekend and flew down to, I think, Montego Bay. It was one of those areas, and had a great time, I hear. But I didn't go because I just wanted to rest up, and I spent the day in an amusement park opposite the hotel we were staying, and I shot sound effects, roller coasters and so forth. Quite frightening on the roller coaster, the recording. Going downwards, I nearly lost my recorder actually. But I had quite an enjoyable day. And the other thing I had John do for me there was an indoor swimming pool in the hotel. I got John Grover to dive in the pool, and I had this microphone with two French letters on it, and I wanted him to call Genuine Underground Underwater Services. But we worked for about an hour, but it didn't work, and I ruined 2 microphones in the process. But John said, "Oh, the things you make me do." But I think you enjoyed it. You know, it's just a little incident. Well, I could just say that everywhere I went to for the last 6 years of my working life, I took a recorder everywhere.
Yeah, yeah.
I recorded dog. My mother lived in Crewcombe in Somerset, and she had a lovely church just down the road. And I spent one whole evening up to about 1:30 in the morning recording bells.
Right.
It chimed every 15 minutes. I mean, you could use the same.
Yeah.
Just chuck one of them out and my mother got quite worried about me because I was out so long. But I've used that bell in quite a lot of films.
Right.
And especially in Life Force. If you listen to it, you can hear it. But I can't remember what else I've used it for, but it was one of my beautiful tracks actually. Night Atmosphere. And I often used to hang out the microphone at night time, getting countryside atmospheres at night, distant cow mooing. I really loved it. I love working on sound. I love being creative.
You were saying Princess Margaret visited Pinewood Studios. Was it just a royal?
Oh, we were going to talk about Pinewood in the old days.
Yeah, that brings nice on to Pinewood. Yeah.
I might have mentioned it previously. I don't know. Right, Pinewood Studios. My first experience of Pinewood Studios was we did the final recording and the final mix at Pinewood on Algo Friday. And then it was compared to what it is today, it was quite a small. I suppose it was one of the bigger studios. But there was a nice family feel about it. And instead of the great Hollywood entrance like it is now, it was a small house, small, I don't know what you call a lodge house.
Yeah, it's most.
And an archway as you went in.
Yeah.
And a commission there. You got a salute every morning. Plenty of places to park. And it had a nice bar, had a nice restaurant, and had a workers' restaurant. It's no longer there. It's all gone. And my last experience at Pinewood was trying to get in there for a Monday night Editors Guild cinema show in Theatre 7. Is your name on the list, sir? Oh, I hope it is. So it goes down the list. You have to pre-book. And then you had to go through another security, and there was another security as you go near the theatre. And to get parked in Pinewood then, even then, this was going back. I hadn't seen a show there. But there's no shows now. The new administration just washed it out.
Yeah.
There's no show at Pinewood now.
Yeah.
Which was a benefit of being on to the GBFE. It's changed, and my last view of Pinewood was they've now built about another 6 actual studios across on the other field, across the main road, or the road through to Former. So I'm told now Disney has bought it.
Yeah, they've got a long-term lease on it. Yeah.
And there are there's going to be or are 28 studios.
They're also building a big visitors centre, so people, members of the public, away from the main studio. So, because I think as a film fan, you want to go and see all the classic lots, the 007 stage, etc. But they're building it separately, but still very. So it'll be like a tour for the public of. So that'd be quite interesting.
Yes, I quite enjoy working on Bond because there's such a family atmosphere, and I don't know what made License to Kill apparently didn't do too well in the box office.
Not really, unfortunately.
Because it was in competition with a very popular time, maybe E.T. or something.
It had the Michael Keaton Batman film, and also.
I know the Batman film came after.
The first Batman of Michael Keaton was '89. That was summer of '89.
Oh, was it?
So that would have been in competition. But also, Lethal Weapon 2, Mel Gibson, Danny Glover. Those two films are put fairly close to, and Indiana Jones, I think, the second Temple of Doom.
I suppose we all thought that we got a job for life, didn't we?
Yeah.
But they completely changed everything.
Yeah.
And now they've got directors I've never heard of. Who was his last one?
Oh, Kerry Fukunaga, who.
And what's he done then?
He did a TV series called True Detectives, I think it is. It's sort of a gritty.
Oh, that was a good series.
Yeah, so it was quite interesting. They've made some interesting choices in the directors. Michael Apted was an interesting choice because he was more of a drama director, and he did The World's Not Enough. So they do have some very interesting. Martin Campbell, Edge of Darkness, the TV series, and so.
But that True Detective was. I've got the first and second series.
Yeah.
But the third series was not so good.
I'm not quite sure which series he did. But he did some of them. Yeah. And before.
They had this. What's his name? This coloured actor who was in. Oh, the Green Book. Have you ever seen it?
Green Book. I know, but it was a big thing at the time, wasn't it? Yeah.
It's that bloody good. Get to see it again. It's one of my favourites, really.
Yeah.
And this soprano guy was the heavy in it.
Oh right. Yeah.
And he has to go on someone tells him about an advert for a driver wanted. And he's just been made redundant from this nightclub. He's a nightclub bouncer. And he's a bit uncouth. And when he goes for the interview, this colour guy comes out all dressed like a Nigerian. And you think, oh, what's going on here? But he first refuses, then he accepts, and it's a relationship, a build-up of relationship between the black guy and him.
Yeah.
That
sounds good. Yeah.
I would think it's one of my favourites, really.
Yeah.
Got a very good review that came out.
I'll give that a go. Before people watching this scream at me, it was Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, the third one that was opposite License to Kill. Temple of Doom was '84, so it was Last Crusade and Batman and Lethal Weapon 2 that I got that wrong first.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of competition. I think also it had a 15 certificate in the UK, and of course the equivalent in America.
Oh yes.
So you can take your kids.
Yeah, that's the other thing. There was more violence in License to Kill.
Yeah.
But I think that was more real. I don't think Timothy Dalton was wrong in playing like that.
No.
They always said it's lost its humour, but I think the action stuff. Oh, I can tell you one story about License to Kill.
Yeah.
When we were rough mixing, the final sequence lasted 14 and a half minutes.
Yeah. The tanker chase. Yeah.
And a lot of work there. And Pete Musgrave, who was helping me out, we took half the reel each. Took us 3 days to do each. And when we were mixing with John Hayward, he was the mixer, very good mixer, John. And I'd take all my stuff in the theatre or the assistant, and I'd say, okay, John, I won't even sit with you. You know what I like. I'll leave you to it. And when he'd finished, now I did stay with him as I lied, because we came to the part where Dalton and
Robert Darby.
Robert Darby crash.
So you get time to go over the clips.
Bond pulls out his lighter.
Yeah.
And sets him alight.
Hmm.
Well, there was actually no screen there. I said, I'll do that.
Yeah.
So they set that mic up. And I just went into being burnt alive, you know. I just got mad.
Yeah.
And I said, John said, that's good. We'll keep that. I said, no, I can do better. No. We're happy with that.
Hmm.
But when the censor looked at the film, they cut it almost down to nothing.
Yeah.
So my performance was lost.
So even with the hard certificate, there were certain bits that they wanted to.
When I worked in Poland,
Yeah.
I did all the English voices on the Sherlock Holmes TV series because the Polish people that they had engaged, their English was not particularly good.
Hmm.
So I did about 6 parts in the series.
Yeah.
I enjoyed doing that.
So it's almost like a different career path. You could have gone into voiceover work.
Yeah, I just used to get into the mood and think, oh, I'm a priest, I'm a hotel manager.
So it's almost an actor trying to get out there.
Yeah,
Sort of thing.
And the lady that was working with me, she said, how do you change your voice? I said, I don't really think I changed it, it's just the way I speak it, as opposed to changing the voice. You know, the priest talks differently to a hotel keeper. And I was a boxing promoter, you know. But I set up the looping system in Poland.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have this ADR looping. But it's rock and roll now, you know. And it's totally different. And I made up we shot on 16mm. And I made up a loop which was 3 times the length plus the leader of the picture. And I did 3 takes, it was fine. Yeah. It was quite simple really, as long as the loop didn't get entangled. Yeah.
And I believe you did have a voice role in Labyrinth.
Yeah, only Who Goes for the giant.
Yeah, the giant, yeah.
I mean, I pitched my voice as loud as low as I could get it. And they had a machine there, Plubisol. I mean, it would be no trouble now with digital. And they could alter the frequency slightly, and they dropped the voice down. And it was never changed. But on Labyrinth, I used to have my own little recording set up in the room. And Jim Henson used to come in. Is your sister walking? I said, yeah. He said, I want to do some little noises for these little characters in the film. So it was interesting. I love that Jim. Yeah. Nicest guy, nicest director I've ever worked for. Yeah. But he died after that film.
Oh yeah, so very unfortunate, wasn't it? Yeah. I mean, is there much of an approach from a sound editor's point of view in terms of the tone of the film?
I didn't find the Bond film particularly different.
No.
They're a lot of work, but not difficult stuff.
Yeah.
The film that stretched me a bit was Life Force.
Yeah, it was so science fiction and very sort of trying to create sounds from another world almost.
So there was a lot of experimentation on that. Yeah. But they all seemed to work. Yeah. For me, maybe I think the film, the thing that let down Life Force was the dummies weren't. The zombies were not 100%, but they were good for the time.
There was a bit of a budget issue, I think, wasn't there? Sort of some.
Wow, the budget was 24 million.
Yeah.
And apparently, if you listen to the extras, Toby Hooper pleaded for the extra 3 days shooting, and which put another 6 million on the budget apparently. Stage 6 at EMI had a fantastic echo, and I got a hold of the lid of a Canon film, and just went, shoo, Fossa 4. Fantastic noise.
Yeah.
I thought, why can't I use that? I don't know how I could use it on life. But it's just something I used to like to do.
Yeah, just having those libraries, and you never know when you
Yeah,
need it.
especially these days with the sort of films they're making.
Yeah.
You need something different.
Oh yeah.
Which is where digital comes in. You do what you like.
Oh yeah. Yeah, much.
Yeah, much simpler.
Oh yeah.
I was demobbed in May 1949, and I had some difficulty to getting back in the business. Well, not because of me personally, but because Lime Grove, Shepherd's Bush Studios rank had closed. So that I was the first of the 2 years conscripts to come out, and they didn't know where to put me.
Yeah.
And I started work at Denham Studios eventually after 6 weeks of umming and ahhing where I should go. And I have to mention that the foreign people all started at Pinewood on contract, but I was only engaged for 1 year's reinstatement. So the first film I worked on was with Terence Young. The editor was Vera Campbell, and it was called They Were Not Divided. It was a war picture. I think maybe Windsor Davis's first picture that made him famous. It was, I was on the film for some time, but not. But I got transferred to with Harry Miller on the sound, and that's one reason I became a sound editor, because I quite enjoy working with sound. And eventually Vera Campbell and Terence Young were dismissed from the film, and Ralph Kemplin took it over. And that's when I got to know Ralph Kemplin, and Ralph Kemplin went on to do Pandora and the Flying Dutchman at Shepherd's Studios, and I eventually went on because of I got to know Ralph in Denham. I got the job. But going back to Terence Young, in around about 52, 53, I was working at Worton Park. Business was bad, so I was just getting a fill-in job, and the money was just about sufficient to survive on. And that time I got, it was around 52 I got married, so it wasn't all luxury when we started our lives together. But during the time there, I was working on documentaries, but occasionally feature films used to come in, and wanted an assistant to help the sound editor.
Yeah.
Well, Bob Wilson was the sound editor of this film, came in. It's Terence Young's film. Can't remember what it was called, but it was, I think John Clements, quite a famous actor at the time, was the lead, and he's been accused of murder, and he's due to hang the following day. And the story basically is the effects on the family. Anyway, Bob was not a very busy worker, and I let me do a lot of the effects. So again, part of my education. And after that, I didn't meet Terence until about 1973, 74, and I got called for a job to go to Rome on a film called The Valachi Papers. And apparently Valachi was a gangster which denounced the mafia. He ended up going to prison. We had Joseph Wiseman playing the head chief mafia man, and the sound off the stage was not very good. And we had a lot of ADR work to do. And when I handed Terence the script, when we started ADR, and Terence looked at the script and said, "I'm not doing all that." I said, "Terence, the sound is not good coming off the stage." Italians weren't noted for quiet stages. Anyway, we got Joseph Wiseman back. I worked well with him. He's a nice guy, Joseph Wiseman. And then we did Charles Bronson.
Yeah.
Well, Charles was not a great talker, And Terence was called away from the theatre, and he left me with Charles to carry on the work. He said, "But don't do this." No, I'm talking about different now. I've lost a bit. That happened when we were doing Joseph Wiseman.
Right. Yeah.
And Terence left the theatre, and I carried on with Joseph Wiseman. And we were getting well together, and it was easy to work with. But Terence came back, and we were doing a section he had said don't do, because I think there was money problems with the production and Joseph Wiseman. And he gave me a bit of a rollicking, and I said, "Well, Terence, I just misunderstood what you said, Henry." Oh well, we finished, and then we started with Charles Bronson. Well, we came to one loop, or one section. I call it loops because we were still working with loops then. And we'd done the previous artist, and there's a lot of camera noise in it. And I don't know the reason why Terence reacted, but he said to Charlie, "Well, Charlie, don't do it if you don't want to." I said, "Terence, we've got to do it, because we've done the other artists, and we can't have camera noise on one and not on the other." So he said, "Forget it." So we did. Of course, when we came to the dubbing, he came rushing into my theatre my cutting room one day, and said, "Oh, Vernon," I said, "can you make up a loop of that camera noise?" And we put camera noise back on the man who was there 80 yards on.
Yeah.
It was crazy. I felt really annoyed, and I was going to go in there and tear off a strip. I'm a bit like that. And the guy I was working with, in sound, said to me, "Don't, Vernon, it's not worth it." And I said, "Okay." But I was really annoyed.
Yeah.
But Terence was a nice guy, and he liked to play the big producer.
Yeah.
Or the producer and director. And it was champagne all round after he'd finished in the theatre. Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
But it did, all ended happily.
Yeah.
But we had another American come in. I'm not going to mention names because he wasn't a good dialogue cutter. And Terence had a go at one or two of the bumps that were coming on the track. He didn't cut as well as I did. Because it's a long job. It takes a lot of patience to cut it absolutely in sync. And he didn't come. The other guy didn't come out well out of it, but we got around it somehow. I can't remember how. But it was quite a good, nice. It was a French crew, and what was his name? John somebody. He was quite a well-known French editor. And his assistant was French. But for me it was a lonely picture because there was no social mixing with us at all. So I was on my own out there for 5 months working the film. I don't know what sort of business the film did, but it was okay. It was a gangster film. It was a gangster movie. Backwards, and that was the end of that. But overall, I had 6 visits around.
Yeah.
The first was a John Huston picture, which I did the foliage on, and it was called A Walk with Love and Death. What was the other side? Oh, of course, the Cassandra Crossing. I've talked about the Cassandra Crossing before.
Yeah, yeah.
That was a good one. But I met some nice artists overall. I mean, I've worked with some big people. I've worked with lots of big people, including Ava Gardner and Sophie Loren, Richard Harris, Roger Moore, Sean Connery, Donald Sutherland. Oh, I could go on forever talking about. I won't name any more because it's a bit.
I mean, what was Ava Gardner like to
Sorry?
What was Ava Gardner like?
Oh, she was very sweet. Yeah, very, very nice. Yeah, and she at times she had a drink problem.
Yeah.
And she said to me, "Oh, Vern," she said, "please help me. I hate doing this."
Yeah.
And Yeah, she was very pleasant. Yeah.
There was one person I wanted to mention, James Mason. Did you?
I've never worked with
Never
him.
worked with James Mason.
No, no,
That's right. Okay. Yeah, we was talking about Terence Young. Of course, he was very instrumental in the success of those early Bond pictures.
Oh yes, he started, yes. But I
yeah.
think you'll find a lot of it was down to Peter Hunt and the editing.
Oh, a tremendous amount, yeah.
Now I worked with Peter Hunt for 6 weeks on the documentary. It's about the Passion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I never really got to know him. But he was a nice guy. I like Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah. And John Glen, I think, was Peter's assistant for some time. I think that's John's connection. Oh, incidentally, John Glen's first picture of the Bond was For Your Eyes Only.
Yeah, your first as well, yeah.
And John told me that it was on a fortnight's notice.
Oh, right. Oh, dear.
He said if it didn't work out, it was out.
Yeah.
That's what he told me that.
Yeah.
Because it all worked out. I got on very well with John. We were mates really.
Okay. And
John, he was a very good second unit director.
it's obviously where he started on the Bonds was in the second unit and
going back to Bond and Willie Bogner,
Mm.
I don't know if I mentioned it previously, but Willie Bogner did all the early skiing stuff in the Bond pictures.
He did, yeah.
And it was very good. And he had a big, I thought of not exactly an empire, but of ski clothing and ski gear.
Yeah, still available today.
Everything to do with skiing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he was a very generous man, you know. I think I told you he took us to the beer festival.
Oh yeah.
And he supplied all the crew. I was a bit late to get him one. Nice jackets with fire ice and dynamite. At the end of the production, he kept us all on for the premiere and invited all our wives to come over at the premiere. And so we had about 2 weeks to do nothing, you know, just to wander around Munich. And then we had the premiere, and Peter Davis and myself were on stage. We were not presented to all the people at the premiere.
Mm.
But the trouble with the stories that go around is that no distributor would touch it because it was full of adverts. Because the whole film was sponsored by manufacturers like Volkswagen and beer companies and so forth. So I don't think it ever got released generally. I don't know. And I hated the music. I don't know who did it. I can't remember who did the music. But it was all pop songs. I said to Willie at the time, I said, I hate this music. I said, it dates it. At any rate, come Christmas, I got a CD from him. Peter didn't. Peter Davis, lives in Marlow. He didn't get a music disc. But I think Willie just did it to rub me up the wrong way a little bit.
Probably.
But no, I forget that the music was terrible. And Roger Moore was in the film.
Yeah.
And his son and daughter were also in the film. Roger Moore wasn't in it much. He was just a law somebody that arranged this big race. Some of the different events were quite good, but there's one reel that just presents everybody, like Volkswagen and beer people, just all running around this like a circus. It was boring,
Yeah.
But some of the action stuff was quite good. My last picture, I spent a few weeks at Pinewood, and then I took what I'd done to Orlando, where I spent the next 8 weeks on a film called Christopher Columbus, The Discovery. During that time, I received a copy from apparently Marlon Brando, who played the part of the Cardinal. And on it he's written Werner, was a miserable memory, except the crew. Many regards, Marlon.
Wonderful.
And Marlon expresses what I felt about the film and what John felt about the film.
Right.
The small TV studio was attached to Universal Studios in Orlando.
Yeah.
And I worked and lived in Orlando for 8 weeks. Nothing wrong with the crew, except the fact that they'd never done a feature film before.
Right.
We recorded or did the final mix to a video. We had a Dolby man come down from New York and fitted a sheet. We worked on a sheet. It was very amateurish in many ways, but the crew, I can't complain about the crew. They worked so hard, because after we'd finished at the end of the day, they would carry on dubbing TV films, or TV commercials and so forth. So they were working very long hours. And during the final process of mixing the film, John said to me, "What the fuck am I doing here?" Because the ADR effects were pretty non-existent and not in sync. But there was such a nice crew, quite a young crew, never experienced the sort of editing of dialogue that I'd done. But on then time codes were coming in on feature films, and I edited all the wild track shot for dialogue in England, because I don't think they had the equipment there to do it in the way I wanted to do it. And they cut the master to what I'd done. Because they were working digital. A new experience for me. I never worked digital. I didn't want to know about digital. The dialogue, nothing wrong with dialogues, but it was the effects. And it was hard work. And we would rock and roll, rock and roll, rock and roll. And the chief mixer, I can't remember his name, said, "We're getting there, Brian, we're getting there." And it became quite a joke after the time.
Yeah.
Eventually, we dubbed the film. I got a print of it. But it was, I think, embarrassingly bad. I mean, Darby played the other Discoverer's part. I don't know I can't remember the character he played. And he's got a mad scene. I think he dies at sea. But he's got a mad scene on the boat. And it was, well, not very good.
No. Did you ever meet the Soulkinds, the producers, or I guess
Sorry?
you wouldn't have met the Soulkinds who produced it at all? I guess they were just doing their own.
Well, I only
sort
saw
of thing,
them.
really.
They just popped in a couple of
A couple of
times.
times,
But John left me to it a little bit. But
Yeah.
he was with me most days.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mix it without John, because I think probably the effects were okay, but the footsteps or the ADR work was. We tried to replace some of them. It was better to leave them out than to feature them.
Yeah.
Because once you hear footsteps out, I think you think, oh, crikey.
Yeah.
Because in England, in America, they're so precise.
Yeah.
But this was a young, I don't know how long they'd been in existence, but they were used to dubbing. Like you couldn't really blame them, because they were used to dubbing TV style.
Yeah.
They never used to worry about footsteps.
Yeah.
So they probably didn't know what ADR was, really, apart from dialogue. So, but I remember one sequence there. The boys doing dialogues used to have a lunch brought into me. They were great big beef burgers. I turned around them one day and I said, "God, no wonder you're both overweight." I said, with what you're eating. And we had a PR man, Tom. He said, "Bud, I know what you like. Salmon and cucumber sandwiches." I said, "You're right." So the following day, he brought me in cucumber and salmon sandwiches. They were this thick. I said, "Tom, you bought the right ingredients, but they're about 3 times the size I normally eat." "Oh, okay, brother." So he produced some sandwiches. But I was, I went to Disneyland with John and Jenny and his wife one evening. It was quite an experience. The first time I seen Western dancing, genuine Western dancing.
Yeah.
Quite impressed with it. And I stayed at the, oh God, I got a jacket with it on. Can't remember. Anyway, they gave me a car, and then after about a week or two, excuse me, I moved into a private apartment, which was about 5 miles away.
Yeah.
But overall, it was a very good location. I enjoyed it, and it was a nice conclusion to my career, really.
Yeah. And of course, even better time was when you were on License to Kill, and there was a lot of speculation why the film moved to Mexico rather than Pinewood. And I believe you have a letter from the Bond people saying why it was shot in Mexico and not Pinewood.
Yes. Well, here I have a letter from the Bond people before I commenced the film, explaining why they were shooting in
Mexico, yeah.
And basically, I think it was money. But in the end, I think going to Mexico was more expensive.
Yeah.
Because there was so much corruption involved.
Yeah.
And I think in the end, the film ended up costing more going to Mexico than it did at Pinewood.
Yeah.
But we ended up at Pinewood, and we had a nice time. That's it. And we had a nice trip afterwards to France.
Oh, fantastic. And of course, the facilities you had to work with in Mexico probably weren't as good as Pinewood, of course.
Did you photograph?
I have, yeah. That's perfect.
Here is my letter of termination.
Yeah.
Which was what you got after every film. We got, as from 1950, apart from Pinewood, they issued 3-year contract. Most of us worked freelance.
Yeah.
So it's word of mouth for the next job. Or people you knew who you worked for before.
Yeah.
And Pinewood, no bar now, but many people picked up jobs going into Pinewood and going into the bar at Pinewood. And that's how I got the film Zeppelin.
Yeah.
I just popped in and John Shirley was there. He said, "Are you working?" I said, "No." He said, "Come and do my dialogues." So I ended up going on Zeppelin for about 3 months.
And that's John Shea, the editor.
Yes.
But what was John Shea like? Because he, of course, he's.
Oh, John, nice guy. He liked to be in the theatre when you did ADR. I mean, many films I've done, I've been left alone with the artist. But John liked to sort of take over. If the director wasn't there, John used to like take over. But Les Wiggins, who was deceased, was the effect editor. And he'd worked with John before.
Yeah.
It was only a short fill-in, really.
Yeah.
About 3 months.
And did we mention Derek Holding, who worked on Living Daylights and who died?
Yeah, Derek Holding. I met Derek Holding at Burton Park Studios back in 52, 53. And he and Colin became a team on quite a few films.
Yeah.
He was good at dialogues. I did one film. I did 2 films in Madrid. But the biggest of the 2 was a film called Hundra. It was about Tundra was the leader of a female tribe. And she goes out hunting one day on a big white horse. And while she's away, the barbarians creep into the village and kill all the women. It's not a very good script, really. And she comes back, find them all dead. So she sets off to get impregnated by one of these barbarians because they had a big 6-foot blokes. And the story is during the ADR. She was very easy to work with, had a lovely personality, and she was the fiancée of the director. And she couldn't scream. And there's a big fight in a hut with her and one of the barbarians. She wants to get impregnated, but the barbarian is very rough in his handling. And it starts a fight between them. And she's quite a strong woman. So they have this fight, throwing each other around in this hut. But she couldn't gasp and couldn't scream. So I said, get up on my shoulders. I'll make you scream. And I waved her around I had a first, I've never done this before with anyone. But she was quite game. And we had a first assistant director working with me. And he held her, but she still couldn't scream. So she came down off my shoulders. It's a joke when I think about it. And she said, well, punch me hard in the stomach. I said, I can't do that. So I tell you what I'll do, I'll put my arms around you, and every time this guy hits you, you do a gasp. And it will come naturally. And in there, that's what we did. But if we had to get a good screaming out of her, we had to get one of the extras to do the screams. But in the afternoon, that was the morning session. In the afternoon, the warrior came in, and he couldn't yell and gasp. So I did the same to him. Oh, it was bloody hard work. But we got a good performance out of it. You know, we did all the right things. But working with the two guys that could hardly speak English was not good. But I think the director's name was Matt Baker. And he came in on one session. He wasn't really interested. And he started picking it to pieces. I said, Matt, just keep quiet, because unless you're involved with the whole session, you don't know what's before, and you know what's coming afterwards. So keep quiet. Didn't have another word from him. But during the preparation for the ADR, he went off to America, and unknown to me, somehow took a copy of the film, or sections of the film, and he put American voices on the Spanish people in America. I'd already done them in English in the theatre. So that annoyed me, and I didn't know about it. But gradually I fell out with them, because I won't mention his name as a producer. He came in the cutting room with Matt. He said, Vern, do we normally have to do all this ADR on the film? I said, yes, because the sound recordist was hired by him, the director. And I said, and she's not very good. You know, it's quite special to do the film, following around with a bike and so. And but one thing led to another, and I completely fell out with it. During my time coming back on leave from Nigeria, I got a week's leave for every month I spent in Nigeria. The first tour lasted 19 months. In fact, I think it was 21 months. That means I had 21 months leave. So I got a couple of fill-ins during that time. And the first fill-in was a TV series called court martial doing dialogues. Jimmy Groom was the sound editor, but I did dialogues. And I think Judi Dench was in it, and she could only be about 20. And I think it was her first experience of ADR.
Yeah.
I got the impression she had never done it before, but she was easy to work with. Well, I think the interview has gone on long enough.
Yeah.
And just to wind up, I'd like to add that on reflection, I had a fantastic career. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Work was never a hardship. I've travelled the world at somebody else's expense. Spent some times in Rome, Poland, Madrid, America, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and it's been a thorough experience. And on the road I met some lovely people, good technicians, top technicians, knew what they were doing, and I can really say that I've been honoured to be in the film industry. I thoroughly enjoyed it and recommended it. And I think I started as a projectionist in working part-time in 1943. But for the luck of the good Lord, I met at the Pathy newsreel a union man who asked me to join the union. What a difference that made to my life. I don't know what I would have done otherwise. So I'm thankful that I had a good career, a lovely wife, or had a lovely wife, and a good family. And I thank God. And thank you, Philip, for being so patient.
Well, thank you, Vernon, for sharing those wonderful memories of, as you said, a blessed career and a blessed life.
Oh, I can tell you about Gene Simmons.
Oh, yes. Before we go, Vernon, if you want to tell me about Gene Simmons, that'd be lovely.
Is it running still?
It's still running, yep.
During my junior years, very junior years, I went to Clear House Council School. It's on the edge of the council estate. And Jean Simmons used to attend the same school. She was the best looking girl in the school, I have to admit. And during the, say, period of about 9 to 11, I used to sit next to her in class. And we became quite friends. And I used to go round to her house. I went to her 11th birthday party and met her mother. Well, I met her mother before because I'd been round on Saturday morning. Well, let me just interject that I lived on the council estate and she lived on the Golders Green estate. Not far away from me, about a mile. And I used to go round to her house and I remember one Saturday morning I was round there and they had a little dog, quite a little fierce, and I was wearing Wellingtons. And this dog bit a very behold in my Wellington. I always remember that. But eventually I went to her 11th birthday party and had lots of cream and an orange, and I was sick as a dog. I made a fool of myself. But as we left school to go to grammar school at 11 years old, we both went to the same grammar school, but the boys and girls had separate schools. And I didn't notice, I suppose I lost track with her really, but she eventually left. I don't know what age she left Orange Hill, but the next thing I knew, she was at some academy, the Dramatic Arts Academy, and later I learned that she had been hired by Rank. She became a Rank starlet. Not number one, but she was in a couple of early films, which I can't remember the titles on. And my recollections from then on is that I met her at Pinewood And again, I walked on the set during lunchtime, and we met and had a few words, and that was that. But I was working at Twickenham Studios in 1970, and she was working on a small film, I think it was called Dominique, that had been released. I'd never heard of it. And I thought, I must go and see her. So toward the end of lunch break, I walked on the stage, and there she was playing the piano. And as I walked on, she didn't look up, she carried on playing. And then she looked round, she heard my footsteps, and she looked, Van, she said, come and sit down. And we chatted for about 10 minutes, and she said, we must go out for a meal together. I said, you know what, I'm working in the studio, you better go give this number a ring, you know, extension number, and I'm there. But she rang the following day apologising that she was unable to meet the date. And I was thinking to it, and that was the last I heard. And I think she died about 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, unfortunately. I just wanted to finish off with just a final thought on Licence to Kill, in the respect that we know it wasn't very well received, had a lot of competition at the time. Would you have liked to have done another one had they been successful? Because there was lots of changes that happened in the structure.
Yes. Well, you should ask me. Did you expect to carry on after?
Well, yes. Did you expect to carry on after Licence to Kill? Because you had obviously got 3 bonds under your belt. What did you feel, or there's more to give?
Well, somehow after working on the 3, we'd become a family.
Yeah.
We knew each other's faults, we knew each other how we worked, we all worked hard, and we all enjoyed a beer. Not drunkenness, but just a beer together, social. Because I'm not a drinker as such. And it came as a bit of a surprise when the bosses completely changed the crew. John Glen. They wanted a fresh crew, which I could understand. Although it would have been nice to have carried on, it would have been a nice note to finish on.
And there was also, of course, some legal issues which meant they couldn't make a film that quickly after. So
no, well, there's usually after a Bond film, there's usually at least a year's break.
Yeah.
There's a lot of preparation, a lot of locations to find.
Yeah.
And one always knew who the cast was going to be.
Yeah.
Well, the main cast.
It was.
No, and it's good to change.
Oh yeah, and it had been 6 years between Licence to Kill and GoldenEye, so maybe there was just a feeling of needing new blood, for lack of a better word, really.
Yeah, John and I did a film after that called The What's a Favour and the Very Very Fish. Did I mention that last time?
I remember if you want to mention it briefly, that'd be lovely, Bernard.
Yeah. With Bob Hoskins and who was the wife of the one who got killed in a ski accident? One of the
Richardson's.
Red Graves.
Jolie, Liam Neeson's wife, wasn't?
Yes, that's it. Yes.
Natasha, is it Natasha?
Yeah, Natasha Richardson.
Yes, yeah.
It was a quite little film, but my first viewing of it, I went over to Paris to view it, and I had to view it on a steam bank editing machine. Not the best, not the best to view it on.
Yeah.
And I can't remember his director's name. He was an Australian director. Said to me, "What do you think of it, Bern?" I said, "Well, it's different." Because I didn't. John said it was quite funny, but I think I did at the time. I didn't quite appreciate it. But thinking about it now, it was quite a funny little film. Not a comedy, but had highlights.
Yeah.
And Bob Hoskins was very good in it. He played the part of a voice over. He used to dub foreign film, make all the grunts and groans of sex scenes and so on.
Oh, yeah.
And Natasha Richardson
Yeah.
was the female. She used the female parts. But I can remember Lewin, his name was Lewin, but I can't remember his name. Oh, Ben Lewin. Ben Lewin is his name. Well, Ben was very indecisive. So we did an ADR session at the Mayflower Theatre up in Park Lane. I think it's Park Lane, yeah. And I allowed 2 days and we ended up doing it 3.5 hours.
Right.
That's in, and how indecisive he was.
Yeah, yeah.
And we went round on one section, and well, it got to the point where I say, "How's it for you, Ben?" He'd say, I said, "Let's go again." I make up my own mind.
Yeah.
So after about 10 rounds, old Bob said to him, "Make up your bloody mind." He said, "Stick a broom up my arse and I'll sweep the bloody floor for you, but make up your bloody mind." And somewhere I've got a picture of Hoskins and Ben in the theatre, but I can't remember what it is. But even with Natasha, we had the last line in the picture is one of those mix-up pictures.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't know that she has to go with this, and she doesn't know the bloke would do this.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's a wild line, and she must have said it 100 times. And she said, "Ben, I've said it 100 times. I don't know how else to say it again." And John came into our room. We were near to dubbing, and I was working long hours to get it finished. And he said, "Oh, Ben wants to listen to all your sound effects." I said, "Well, you go and tell Ben to go and fuck himself." I said, "Because we have not got the time for that sort of luxury." I said, "I'm working long hours now." But he never said it. But it was looking back on it, and I had a video copy of it.
Yeah.
I've never seen it. You can't. At one time, it was £28 on a DVD.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's on. I don't think you can buy it now.
What's it called, Vernon?
The Watch, the Faith, and the Very Big Fish.
I'll see
I
if I can
don't-
find it for you.
And the Very Big Fish. It's a funny title.
Okay.
It's the start of it's a bit stupid, but it's amusing. He's got a nagging wife, you know.
Yeah.
But I suppose it's a love story in a way.
That sounds
You know,
very
they're
interesting.
doing their voices and that.
Yeah.
But Bob Hoskins was easy to work with. I love old Bob.
Yeah.
Yes, it was an asset to the business.
I suppose that the Bond fans watching would love to know, do you have a favourite Bond film? What's your favourite, either as an audience member or as, what would be your favourite Bond film? Do you have one, or do you like them all?
Oh, I like License to Kill.
Is it your favourite one that you?
Yeah, I
you
think
worked on?
the
Yeah.
action was good in that.
Yes.
Especially the tanker chase.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll tell you one little thing. We had a third W editor. What was his name? He had a little thing in his room. What do they call it? You know,
Oh, keyboard.
keyboard,
Yeah.
And when the ricochets hit one of the tankers,
Yeah.
he put the da 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 da.
Oh.
And then if you listen right, if you know it's there, you can. But I don't think many people realise what it was. That's what he did of it. Yeah.
I'll watch out for that.
Yeah,
I'll put it on
yeah.
tonight. That's very good. But
Mark, his name was Mark.
Yeah.
Don't know. But it was recommended by John Glen's son. And I already had somebody in mind, Peter Musgrave, because Peter Musgrave was bloody good.
yeah.
He's a bit slow, but he was very good.
And the final question, Vernon, is: do you have a favourite film in your career that you worked on? If you said, "This is the film I want to be remembered for working on," is there one?
Well, I think one of the films I enjoyed on most of all, although it's not the best film, was the space film.
Life Force.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that was much more demanding. I wanted a challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a really great film. I've only seen, you know, what I've seen with you, but on the big screen with that sound system.
Yeah.
It's a really
I mean,
fun film.
it's in places it's a bit long.
Yeah.
But on that film, I was threatened with to bring on an American editor,
Right.
sound editor,
Yeah.
or sound designer. And I said to Don Grover, I said, if you bring an American, I'm leaving. I said, this is my film, if I don't get it, see. But it was only Toby Hooper.
Yeah.
So after that time, they wanted me to rough up 3 sequences.
Yeah.
Well, they turned out very successful. And Toby was very pleased. He said to me, you're as good as any American sound editor. I said, thank you, Toby. A bit of a compliment, considering he wanted American over. And we asked Americans to supply some track who he had in mind. And quite frankly, it was 2 rolls of 7-inch spools of sound effects. I think I used about 4 or 5 of them. And that was mainly for the noise of the bat when he comes out at the end.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was a mixture of everything.
Yeah.
But on that film, I think I told you in the previous, I did all the sound effects for the people on the bed where they wake up.
Oh yes, all
the groaning.
Yes, yeah.
That was me.
It's very, very haunting. It's very eerie.
Yeah.
That, but it's very well done.
Yeah. And I did that in my bedroom. But it's a challenge, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Philip.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you.